Just place one winning $5 bet. You get $150 in bonus bucks to use on same-game parlays, live bets, even championship futures, and a whole lot more. Because there is no better place to bet all NBA playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. So go to FanDuel.com/1620 and get started.
So like John said, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 and new customers, again, you can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 that you can use on a variety of props. It's FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossover. Crossed him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
We're surrounded by our favorite teams.
We got ball.
The Cubs on this TV and the Royals on this TV.
They're both tied.
Yes. The Cubs just tied the game and the Twins just tied the game against Briggs and Stratton.
Hey.
That should be his first name, Briggson.
His name is Chris.
But how cool would it be if his first name was Briggson?
I mean, I could see a kid being named Briggson these
Briggs
days.
and Stratton?
Yeah.
The silent H in there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And probably like a symbol of some kind.
So, what kind of fighting are we going to have over the next few months as we prepare for the unveiling of the big Red Overreaction schedule?
We're gonna get the Mortal Kombat music cued.
There's now one game that no one wants to do.
There is now one.
Yeah, there is a game.
Now,
There's
John
only one game that anyone wants to do, and it's right.
Let me make it
Colorado, because we've already kind of
we've kind of claimed that us three together.
I think we're doing Colorado.
All right, there you go.
We could just put that.
And
on
that's
the
a
board.
late night game because we have to come home still to Omaha.
Now,
it's a long night.
We have to come home to Omaha.
It's a long night, John. Long night.
I'm already gonna go ahead and because I can feel that John is gonna say, "Well, I can't do Black Friday. I'll be in Vegas."
I will be.
But wouldn't that actually lend you the
Yes,
ability to do
John.
Big Red Overreaction even more so because the time frame?
Not if Creighton is playing.
But what if Creighton plays at like
Which-
noon?
Well, then we'll probably be on a plane headed back.
Oh, do you think you'll come home?
Maybe you'll be
So wait,
back.
real quick. Creighton is in Vegas the day of the USC game.
That
Is
would be
what we're-
that would be the last game in Vegas.
Yeah.
No, Black Friday.
Black Friday would be the last
the-
game.
Oh, you
The
think
Iowa
that's
game.
the one? Oh, I'm out of town. I literally can't do that.
It's at nighttime.
Yes, I thought we were
Yeah.
talking about the USC game. I apologize. My apologize.
Yeah, no.
My
okay.
apologize.
My apologize.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, John, then I will be going to Vegas with you.
With me.
Go ahead and carve out another spot on that plane. I'll be there.
What
Sounds like we're going to have a lot of Jimmy and Jimmy shows this year.
is that true?
Yeah.
I think it's not a bad
Now,
idea.
if that USC game ends up at 10 o'clock,
Dude,
that would be
boy.
that'd be the latest overreaction we've ever had.
It would
The
be-
latest so far was the Fresno State game a decade ago.
Mhm.
Sam McEwen loves talking about
he
it.
does. He loves talking about how hot
Yeah.
It was very hot.
So what
that-
you get for letting California play football?
Bingo, Nick.
Nice.
So that was a 9:30 kick. So this would be a
Yeah.
half hour later,
Fresno
and it would
is
be
actually
on.
kind of like your kind of California.
But that's true. Yeah. It's in the
Yeah.
sticks.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this would be-
I bet there's a lot of whatever the zip code is. I bet there's a lot of Patriot supply
Nick,
stuff going to that.
Nick,
zip
if you
code.
lived in if this version of you lived in California, you'd live in Fresno.
no.
Yeah.
Patriot Nick would love Orange
Fresno
County.
or Bakersfield.
Bakers.
Orange County is Orange County still like that? I've heard
Orange
Orange County
County?
was yeah.
Orange County, that's Anaheim. That's like Disney World.
Pretty lib.
Your people wouldn't want
No,
to be
it's
caught
not.
near
No,
Disney
no.
World.
Nick is correct. You guys are wrong.
Really?
What?
Yeah, because it's a super rich area of California.
Orange County?
Yeah, that's where the American Choppers
Yeah,
guys were.
that's where
All right, I'll
Orange
give you-
County is Anaheim, right?
Orange County.
Oh, I thought
That's
it was I
Disneyland.
thought it was a not rich part. I thought Anaheim was dumb.
Never mind. You guys win. Orange County, 53.48%. Joe Biden.
Oh,
It's blue.
I thought they
Well,
were.
yeah, it's where Disney is.
Well, I mean, but we all know
Yeah, of course.
what Disney was a fan of.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but he's dead,
Yeah,
and
he doesn't get to vote
The
anymore.
under?
the under.
Wow, it
the
hits.
under hits.
So you think the Black Friday game is the one that no one wants to do?
No, I mean, if USC is 10 o'clock, that's the one.
Well,
But we don't know that.
that's true. When we won't know that until 12 days out. So
Is
we're not going
that-
to know until November.
Well,
Are you sure? Or does since it's their homecoming game,
oh, is it their homecoming?
Remember?
yes,
Remember all the road games are homecoming
Oh,
games.
that's right.
they get
That's a late homecoming.
don't they get to announce because it's partly or more so their choice?
I don't think so. I think we still have to wait until the 12-day window. A couple comments. Star Wars Fiend says the Big Red Overreaction will be lit at 1 a.m. in the morning. No. 2 a.m. is when that show
Yes.
will start. 2 a.m.
2
Like
a.m.
1:30 to 2.
Yeah.
That
That
it won't end
does-
until almost 4 a.m.
Honestly, at that point, Michael should just come in right after.
Nick, you know what?
It's a great idea.
You know how, like, sometimes in the old days, the Today Show people would do the Tonight Show and Jay Leno would do the Today Show?
Mm-hmm.
Crossover Michael Severe, Big Red Overreaction / Husker Hangover.
Oh, but I wouldn't
Oh.
want to do the Michael show that morning.
No, Michael
either.
just does it.
Oh,
it's-
Michael does both.
It's the Husker Hangover, Big Red Overreaction. Boom.
I don't
There
think
you
it's called
go.
Husker Hangover anymore.
It's
It's-
called severe reaction.
Severe reaction.
Oh, that's right. It is called Severe.
Yeah.
Why didn't we call it Severe Hangover?
We should have.
Sorry.
It's a great
Well, we
name.
can
It
definitely
is.
change it.
I have and the other comment is Travis says, I can guarantee I will not be listening to Big Red Overreaction after
That's
10
the other
p.m.
thing.
Oh, no
John
one,
just
will be,
said
no
this
one
off
will
the
be
air.
listening.
John said, who will be listening
But
to
people
this?
will expect it when they wake up on Sunday morning to go back
the
and
podcast,
their
yeah.
podcast.
I do think that this Big Red Overreaction has the potential to be one of the most unhinged shows in the history of this radio station. There's a real opportunity here.
Yep, and I would like to not participate.
Yeah, I'm good.
That doesn't sound fun.
No,
Yeah.
screw it. Let me do it, Mark.
There you go.
I'll volunteer.
I like it.
This
Volunteers
sounds like
as
a fun
tribute.
idea.
I like this.
Yeah, this should be this is someone who wants more experience kind of show.
Let
what
me
if it's this
choose
great
my
game,
partner.
though? What if it's this great?
No.
What if Nebraska only has one loss by that time, or two, or something?
I mean, I'll watch
Then
the game.
then people will go to sleep happy.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't go to sleep after that. You can't go to sleep after Nebraska.
I went right
It's
to-
their 10th win of the year.
I went right to bed after that Creighton win over Oregon in the tournament. Right to sleep. I was so exhausted.
oh,
Sleepy
God.
Josh. Yeah,
I
know.
didn't sleep for hours.
Yeah,
I was all.
Yeah,
I,
know
I
you
was
were.
awake for a bit after that, too.
Your arm was sore because Nick Bott was punching you in your arm.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But when I went to sleep, it was gone. See ya.
What's the
One of the deepest sleeps I've ever had.
yeah? What's the date of the SC game? That's
16th.
16th. Okay.
Nice. Mike Schaefer, poll
Or is
question.
that the second? No.
No,
the
it's
U-
the 16th. It's 16th.
Because
Yep.
UCLA is the second.
Mike Schaefer, poll question. Would you rather listen to scheduling takes or stadium renovation takes?
Mm.
See, Mike Schaefer's a curmudgeon. He doesn't like days like
He
that.
doesn't like anything.
Yeah, that's true. Except for his child, apparently.
And the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, my name's Mike, and I love my kid.
I had 6 one time.
At least he has proof.
That's true.
Congrats on the
trophy.
sex.
He's got the trophy.
I would rather listen to. I actually think they're both intriguing conversations. I like them both.
It's very fun.
Yeah,
it's
it's fun.
very interesting.
At least it's something.
That-
Mike doesn't have to talk for 4 hours.
That
every-
company is interesting, and by that company I mean Husker 24/7, because they all are kind of like that. They don't like the fun, weird stuff, and so they're like,
Yeah.
I'm a curmudgeon." They need someone like you or I to hop in there and say, "This is sweet," to argue with.
I think Schaefer plays that role,
Oh,
even though he's the curmudgeoniest of them all.
yeah, he is.
Good point. Good point. Well,
Sit back and
we have
enjoy.
plenty of time.
Shave.
I'm starting to think now this overreaction draft needs to happen.
Yeah, because it's high stakes. I mean, we're gonna have some.
I think we killed two birds with one stone, because one of them come to Jesus meetings is going to happen where we all show up here and eat $5 Pizza Hut.
Yes.
That's when it should take place.
Yeah.
And it should be televised on 1620 The Zone TV.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'd like to have probably a couple beers, I'd like to probably do that. We could do that.
Odson has just emailed
Do you think the
with
company would buy pizza?
with the exclamation attached to the email. You know how you can do that? You
Oh,
get
urgent?
Yeah.
To whom it may concern.
Urgent.
And the funny thing is, it's basically just all of us plus our boss. Nick Grimm on May 30th, 2024, being of sound mind and body at 2 p.m. volunteered to work the USC versus Nebraska BROR episode. Please mark this down when we draft.
I'll do it.
Yeah, there we go.
Now, the question is, will his willingness be accepted by our boss?
I hope so.
It's a great question.
Seriously,
Nick and Jimmy, I think that's the play.
we didn't do an idea.
Which
You can't
Jimmy?
go out of town during football season, Josh.
Either
What
one.
the?
What?
You can't go out of town.
No, we're talking about the USC game.
I'm just saying, you can't. Why are you all of a sudden getting out of Big Red Overreactions? You can't go out of town during football. Go out of town any other time.
It's
Go out of town
Thanksgiving.
right now.
My dad's parents are really old, Happer. Really old. We're going to Thanksgiving in Colorado.
And they're actually going to celebrate Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving.
We are.
Finally, for the first time.
This
For
is a
the-
new Peterson tradition.
For the
Last year, you waited
I'll
until
be 36. For the
Easter.
for the 36th time, we will celebrate Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving. It's very normal. We will not be celebrating Christmas though this time. We will not be. So I'm sorry that I'm visiting my family.
Oh,
my
so
old,
you've
old
renounced
family.
Christ.
No, I didn't say
You
that.
said you're not
Josh.
celebrating Christmas.
On Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving.
It's very convenient.
Did I
It's very convenient.
did I want to spend time with my family?
Nebraska finally gets a Black Friday night game, and you're gone.
If it would have been
Yeah.
at 11 a.m., I would have had the same excuse.
I'm sick of this war on Christmas.
Nice. Thank you, Nick. Joel says, who will listen, quoting, I think, John and you about the USC game. I think you guys really underestimate how much of a sicko I am.
I will give you the best show you could possibly want at 2 in the
Awesome.
morning.
There will be many sickos.
There will be
people
sickos,
will
and they'll
listen.
all be listening to Nick Grimm.
Just less.
I like this idea, Nick, and I appreciate your service.
I
to our
will say,
country.
I would like a host. I'm
We're
not gonna.
not gonna
I
make
don't
you
wanna
do it
solo. This.
solo.
Yeah,
That's why I
the
said
bases clearing
Jimmy.
double.
Which Jimmy?
Your pick. You can pick.
Pick your Jimmy.
Tell
Or
you
just
what,
both.
that'll
Just
be
do
part.
both
That
Jimmys.
will be part of the overreaction
One
draft.
could produce.
That will be televised. By the way, sales department, another idea.
Oh.
We take the meeting to a bar,
You talking about the overreaction
the
one?
overreaction draft.
That'd be pretty funny. Us arguing.
That's
we get little
great
ping pong
content.
balls, and we one of those ping pong ball rollers or the
Yes,
little.
and we all get to sit behind podiums and look very awkward with
Oh
our
my
logos in front
God.
of us.
That
And then the envelope gets drawn, and the third pick goes to the Portland Trailblazers. And they cut to the Portland GM, and he's like,
our fates being literally decided on live television.
Well, how about this?
I think
Chance.
this is a great idea.
Chance coming to the support of us. Nick got off easy last year for Big Red Overreaction. Handley, that is.
Interesting.
This was something that was very much discussed.
He had
the
the
Handley chunk.
The Handley chunk.
The Handley chunk.
The Handley chunk ended up being very advantageous for Handley.
Yes, it did. Yes,
Well,
it did.
but wasn't the Handley chunk necessary? Because,
Necessary?
He had
Is it
He
necessary?
had the hockeys.
Yeah, he had the hockey.
You had the basketball. So did I. I had the basketball.
Yeah, I know.
I don't
Maybe
even remember which games I did. I think I did half the. I must have did 6.
I never got to work with you. Happer and I barely ever talk on the air. It's very sad.
Hanley's used to getting up
Except for
early.
every
Maybe he can do the overreaction with me. Then we could do Big Nick overreaction.
Boom.
Big Nick.
Big Nick.
Big
Over.
Nick.
Big Jim Harden.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. We figured that out.
So what did Handley get like all the wins last year?
No, him and I did the Maryland game from 1290. So that was basically like 2 shows
Oh,
in
that
one.
was the penance.
That was the woat.
yeah.
That show, I was so
that-
mad.
That show. Well, that one
Audio.
and then the Josh.
Audio.
That one and then the Josh Gary remote show. That,
Thank God I wasn't a part of that one.
that one. You had 2 pretty rough ones last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
That said, I mean, Joey now knows how to do all of the audio stuff. No offense, Nick. So hopefully we're okay in terms of that. Remember, Joey was in and we were playing all sorts of stuff off the computer. It was just fine.
Yeah, it was great.
Audio.
Yeah. Well, this is going to happen.
Are we all agreeing to the overreaction draft?
I think we should.
It's a good idea. It would
we
be
might
great
as
content.
well.
Okay.
They're all about wanting to get this exclusive content.
Can we trade?
going.
Can we offer like
I think we have to set aside like the the things that we can't do.
Like literal days
Yes.
that I cannot do.
I just hope the Creighton schedule's up by then. Usually it's not.
I
That's
just want
true.
sales to think about the content that we can post on YouTube.
So
for
you
this
know what?
draft.
Just to be
Nice.
safe, I'm just going to block out all the possibilities in November. Just to be safe.
You can have the John chunk.
I'll
this
probably
year.
have the John chunk in October.
Damn, it's too bad the USC game is a part of the post John chunk. That'd be pretty funny.
You got, I mean, yeah, because if there's a chunk, if you have that big of a hole that you have to have in your schedule, then you have to get the worst game, which is the 10 o'clock USC game.
Yeah. It's so funny. We're talking about this so much.
or the night Black Friday game. That's pretty rough too.
You think so?
I would
Because it's a
wanna-
holiday?
I don't
because
want to
it's
do
a
that.
holiday. No one's and
That's
That's
so
gonna-
much of your day.
that's
Oh.
gonna kind of suck a little of the life out of that game, believe it or not.
No, I knew that you were
No, I
going to
think
be
it will.
anti-night Black Friday.
I'm just saying, I think it will.
I know you
No,
do.
night
It's a
game,
night
can
game,
it-
and so you're like mad about it.
I'm not. Did I say I was mad? I'm just saying I think.
Why would it
suck
suck the life out of it?
It's just I don't know. I just think because of the timing.
Right. The Super
And-
Bowl being at night famously sucks all the life out of
All
the
these
Super
night
Bowl.
games, they're
That's
atmosphere.
at 5:30.
It's at night.
It's at
This is at 6:30,
Yeah,
John.
it's
It's,
an
basically
hour.
the same time.
I'm just saying
It
because
doesn't matter.
because it's a holiday weekend and a
what
lot
are
of people.
those?
Oh, it's the little fried donuts. They
Those look
fantastic.
incredible.
They do.
Okay, sorry. Whoa. No,
But-
I'm with night games. I'm cool with the Black Friday being a night game. I'm fine.
Works for me.
I mean, it's not going to bother me. I'll be in Las Vegas
I'll be
or
in
flying back.
I'll be in Denver.
I'll
What-
probably be flying back at that time.
What effect will it have on the heroes?
What effect will it have on the heroes?
Well, the
Look, here's
heroes
the
will be
thing.
in bed by then.
Gary can't do home games.
Oh.
Sorry, Gary. You got the Black
That's
Friday
true.
game.
He's
not
gotta get
allowed.
the two worst games.
Yeah, he's not allowed to do home games. So he says.
True.
That's his
He
prerogative.
did a home game last year.
Oh, interesting.
Hmm.
I don't know why.
Well, it doesn't matter because the draft is coming.
We
It'll
come.
be great television, and you'll see a lot of angry responses and people going, "No, no!"
Hokey Skir 19 writes, are we really complaining about night games? Primetime games are awesome.
No, we're complaining about Big Red Overreaction.
Well, John was kind of complaining about it being
I
bad.
was not complaining. I
You
was
said
just
that
saying,
the
I think-
atmosphere is
I
gonna be
think I-
bad.
No, I didn't say. I just think I think it sucks a little of the life out of it.
Hmm.
That's all. Because of the holiday weekend. It's a long weekend, and this is the first time this has ever happened.
It is.
So, also, it's not a Lincoln game. It's an Iowa City game. That's different. Nebraska's never
Go
played a
Hogs.
night game in Iowa City before.
That's true. Games sometimes end at night.
Yeah,
Yes.
when they beat them 2 years ago, it ended at night.
Right, but they've not played a night game there.
I actually think it works
And
out
they'll
well.
all freeze to death.
Yeah,
I think it works out well from like the travel perspective. You get to
This is a great point, I thought.
you could leave on Friday morning, get there in plenty of time for the game, and then
Well,
you
but
either have to stay Friday night or just
what this actually benefits is the Chiefs fans because they
It
can now
does
go to
benefit
the
the
Chiefs
Chiefs.
games.
Oh, yeah.
And then they'll travel up from Kansas City, possibly.
Why is everyone talking about how cold it will be?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, it will be cold.
Football
Yes.
games are
Likely.
cold.
It's
Yeah.
near the river.
It's in November. Of course it's going to be
Somebody should
cold.
look back on like
How cold they are?
our weather stats on Black Friday for the last like decade. I feel like half of them have been 60 degrees.
Yeah, last year
Yeah,
definitely
there's-
sucked. Last year was freezing. It was
Yeah.
very cold.
Last year in 2015,
A lot of them
were
have been
very
nice.
cold.
The Mike Riley one, though, was like balmy. People were wearing shorts to that game. The last Mike Riley game when they got beat 56-14.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
in like
that
the
game was
70s.
beautiful.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
Noah
gorgeous
Fant
day.
was running around everywhere. He was probably sweating.
He was. This is a little hot. Steamy. Yeah.
I'm steamy.
Steamy.
This defense is letting me go everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
untouched.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Frost one that was pretty nice too. I remember.
Well, yeah, the one where they choked in the fourth quarter.
21.
That was a nice day.
21.
You're right. I just wore a hoodie to the game.
Yeah,
It was very comfortable.
That's what I
Super
did.
Wait,
sunny.
which one when they choked in the fourth quarter?
Good question. But the
2022.
one, the blocked punt. No, 21. The
21.
blocked punt.
Oh, 21
The
to 9.
slow car crash.
When they were up 21 to
Yeah.
9.
Like
Yeah.
you're driving and there's ice and you're pressing the brake and it's just
Remember how
like
bad
this
they
is so
screwed
slow.
up 2019 too?
Yeah, because they kept running random guy. Luke
Adrian ran
McCaffrey.
out of bounds.
Yeah.
He just walked right out.
I'm on Weather Underground, by the way. You can find the
You
temperatures.
probably haven't heard about it.
Nice. You can find the temperatures of these things.
Mm.
November 27th, 2015.
Oh, it was like 12 degrees. It was so cold.
Which one? 2015.
That was the
Yeah.
Tommy Armstrong threw 4 picks and we all froze our butts off.
What time did
and
that?
Iowa
What
was
time,
was undefeated.
what time did that game start?
That was 2:30.
Yeah, it was a 2:30 game.
2:30. It was.
I had to do that overreaction.
There's no way
It was 23 degrees.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no
Yeah,
more.
I had to
it
do
was a pretty chilly
overreaction.
day.
That
no
one
more than
sucked.
25.
That was a bad overreaction.
What other date do you want?
Every Black Friday, but it'll take a long time. So
Kenneth says, I remember vividly seeing frost warning T-shirts during Riley's last game. My memory of that, Nick Baugh and I did overreaction. And at the same time as the Nebraska game, Frost's UCF Golden Knights were playing USF. And we
Yeah,
were rooting
that's
for
right.
USF because we wanted them to hire him to the next day. We're like, this would be sweet. It would be tomorrow. And
they still did it that week.
well, we had to wait, though.
The next week.
Yeah.
They played in the conference title.
Correct. So that was a bummer, but still. Bigley writes,
I think it was pretty much done.
Nebraska-Oklahoma game of 91. It's rained, sleeted, snowed, iced, and we sat in South Stadium row 92 with a 40-mile-per-hour wind in our face. That sounds horrible.
It was a bad one.
John, do you remember
2017.
that?
It was
Which
in the
one?
70s.
91 Nebraska-Oklahoma when it rained, sleeted, snowed,
Oh
and
yeah,
iced?
that was an amazing day because all morning because there was a bad ice storm coming in.
Oh, ice storms suck.
And well, it was one of those weird times where, north of the front, it was ice storms and snow, and south of the front, we had tornado warnings.
Oh my gosh.
And I remember this is back when, they used to do, instead of doing, 19 hours of pregame radio, they would do radio tradio, and it was people trying to sell their tickets. And I remember I was going to the game.
What?
Because the weather was going to be bad and the travel was going to be bad to get there.
Soft.
People
And
would go on the radio and try and sell their tickets.
oh yeah, it was
It
great.
was a different time, Happer.
Yeah, I don't.
And
yeah.
and I thought when we went to the game, I thought this stadium's going to be half full. Hearing all the people selling their tickets, I get there, but place is packed. It was a fun day.
Yeah.
Because
I
I
love
sat
games like
there,
that.
I sat there in the upper deck not quite underneath the press box, so I was getting soaking wet. But it was a fun day, great game. Nebraska scored late to win.
I actually
Nice.
enjoy games like that. As long as Nebraska wins, the weather is miserable and like you just have
Yeah.
like a horrible time, but you just really dive into the fact that you're having a terrible time.
Yeah.
You just embrace
And
it.
it was just
Fun
kind
of being at home.
it was just raining. It didn't do any ice until after nighttime.
That was my experience at that Minnesota 2019.
Minnesota!
That was the hoodie game.
The other real 93
It was sleeting. It was
very-
miserable. Nebraska lost by 4 touchdowns, but it was a lot of fun to be at. I liked it.
93 was very cold too. Very cold. That's when Trev
That was like a sunny, cold
dislocated.
day, right?
Sunny, very cold.
Yeah.
Very,
right.
very cold.
I've done a rough estimate. The average daily temperature over the last 10 years has been like mid 40s.
Oh my
45.
gosh, it's so cold.
Lovely.
That's just the average throughout the
Now,
day.
what about the night?
Now it's during the day.
Yeah.
Remember, it cools off after the sun goes down.
I
Forget.
know. It's okay though.
People
about when
freeze
Nebraska
to death.
hosts
And people
29
freeze to death. And Josh here saying it's okay.
2019 was one of the coldest ones, but that's because it was the end of November.
What?
It was November
These are
29th.
always the end of November.
Right, but the end of November.
Okay, I see.
Basically December.
I don't remember it being that cold that day.
Yeah, me neither.
Which day?
2019.
19.
Horrible.
Which game was that?
That was the
Iowa.
one. The one again when they were doing bad things.
It was
and
like 24-24.
the blowing of the
and-
kisses.
Yeah, he made the field goal. Yeah.
Oh, I was in Vegas, so I don't. I was in Vegas.
According to this, it was
It was
like
nice in
36.
Vegas.
36?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris writes, Nick on a 2 a.m. Big Red Overreaction has a chance to be the greatest moment in 1620 history. I can't wait for the inevitable go Hawkeyes muttered somewhere, followed by an attack of drunk and out-of-their-mind fans barely able to speak, turning the hate towards him. Someone will probably crash their car after some top-level analysis inevitably destroys their will to carry on after another disappointing sub-500 season.
Wow.
Please make this happen, I beg you. I will Venmo you more money. This is my greatest wish. I would be very curious to see
God.
how
Wow.
Nick getting called an idiot for 2 hours, how Nick would respond
Yeah. How
to
do
that.
you deal with that, Nick?
I don't know
No,
if he would
you.
be. I don't know if he would be.
Called an idiot?
No.
Dude, people would be triggered.
I would get
No,
called
I
an
don't-
idiot.
I don't know if they would. I don't know if they would.
I'd prepare.
Oh, I know you would, but I don't think you'd be treated as badly as they think you would be.
Stand up, stand by.
Hey, Christopher Morel.
That'll get you on their good side.
Oh,
Nick.
wow. Oh, he's excited.
Oh, this with the USC game
What was
after
that
the election.
gesture?
Oh,
Was that like a grenade? Was he throwing a grenade?
Oh, he did throw a grenade. Yeah.
He is.
He hucked it over his shoulder.
That's
just then.
funny.
Oh, now he's skipping. Wow.
That's his
Yeah,
10th
that
home
won't
run.
come.
It's a big
That
deal.
won't come back to haunt us because we're gonna lose this game.
Wow. This guy is He is having a fun time right now.
The Fun Time Boys.
He's a fun time boy.
You wouldn't have
Look
a
at
fun
that.
time on
That
your
did
10?
not look like a home run off the bat.
I don't think I would have that much fun, Nick.
Josh points out, Nick knows this game is in Iowa City, right? Maybe look at the weather in the city where the game will actually take place. Interesting.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, weather is very
Or is he
similar.
rolling
though.
the dice? I think he's rolling the dice.
Is he playing basketball? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Doing a
Joel
finger
says
roll?
Husker ticket party line. Let's bring it back. Is that what the trade
Yeah,
thing
I
was?
mean, it was just people would call and say, "Yeah, I got 2 seats at the 43-yard line East Stadium. I'll $80 or best offer." You know, and they would take down their numbers.
Let's do this.
You know
This
how
sounds like
radio
sounds
works?
fun. Yeah, let's do this. This is a fun bit.
When are we going to do it?
Like a
For a
Friday
game?
before a
Yeah,
game.
let's do it for a game.
So
like the
it has to
UNI
be
game.
Saturday morning.
Go Panthers.
Why'd it have to be
We
Saturday?
do it Friday night.
Well, that's because that's when it was. It was the Saturday. It was the
Let's do it
morning
for
of
the
game.
Illinois game. We'll be on the air that day.
Yeah.
We'll be on the air. Remember, people
And
forget it's a Friday
people forget
game
It's a Friday game at home, John.
at home, and we'll be in Lincoln. Hopefully, no, we're gonna. Be
So
there,
you're
right?
saying we take calls
yeah,
from people wanting to sell their tickets?
yeah,
Or
that's
buy
how,
tickets.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do
Sure, that sounds fun.
instead of our show.
And then do
No.
like an
And
auction.
it could be like a segment, like one segment of this.
Oh, a segment?
Yeah, not the whole 4 hours, right? One segment.
Put it on the list. or
Okay.
Put it on your
Nick,
calendar.
there we go.
Put it on.
Yeah.
Nick, you
Okay.
love calendar.
Put a
invites.
calendar
I'm gonna
reminder.
forget this conversation.
We're
every
gonna
day.
do.
definitely.
We'll call it Ticket Tradio.
What day? do you want?
Tradio.
The Illinois game,
It'll be
September 20th.
September
Radio.
20th.
Okay.
By the way,
Actually, you know what? We could do it. We could do it for the crossover that day.
Perfect.
Sure.
Amazing content.
You want to do it for the
Sure.
crossover that day?
from the bottoms.
From the bottom.
From the bottoms.
God,
Yeah.
that is going to be awesome.
Another thing that has come out of today with all the TV time announcements, I have started to really get a grasp on the dates in which Nebraska is playing.
Yeah, it's a great point.
The numbers in November 16th, November 2nd.
You know what helped me do
Yeah.
that? When I did all the rest stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
got it all memorized.
You're probably an expert by now.
right.
Because this year is a 31st, but then 7, 14,
So
21,
nice.
28
That's so
year.
nice.
That's
I love-
easy.
I love
Yeah.
those ones.
I do
That's
too.
I love those ones.
And then October it's what? 5, 12, 19,
Yep.
26.
And in November it's
2.
2,
bye week,
9,
16,
16, 23, 30.
See, we know it. We know it already.
Or 29 in the case of Black Friday.
Oh, it
I just
says
gotta get the
hashtag
orders
topic
right.
alert. Yeah, that's the thing. I just got to start memorizing. Like I can do most of the schedule. I think now.
Yeah.
I can
Now,
do
even
the-
though Nebraska plays not on 21st of
Yeah.
September, it's the 20th.
Yeah.
Remember that.
yes, that's true. That's true.
That's the Illinois game.
Yep.
Week before that's Northern Iowa 14.
Yep.
Go
It's a
Panthers.
night game. It's a BTN game.
Jed asks, how did you sell tickets on the radio Saturday mornings when you had to have physical tickets back then? It's a great point, Jed, but they did it. It was early enough in the morning. So like the game would kick off at 2:30. They would do it at like 8 o'clock in the morning. And of course it was a lot of Omaha. So it's just, people would take numbers, say, okay, Joe Smith's got these 2 tickets. I've got his number here. If you want it, whatever. And we'd put you in touch with him. It was weird how
So
it
you would
worked.
just
And then they
connect
would
the
just
people.
they would just connect me. Yeah, I live at 33rd and Cass. I'm down in a hole.
You were basically like a
You were just
Facebook.
doxing people.
You were
Yeah.
a Facebook group.
Yeah, it
No,
was.
what it is, it's like the old school phone operators. You're just
Yeah,
connecting
you're just
calls.
connecting
Yeah.
people.
That's
yeah.
wild.
Yeah, yeah.
What an interesting
very
time.
weird.
Yeah, they used to do.
So
that.
we'll do this for the crossover.
People will be wanting to sell their tickets that day.
Yeah.
Because they have to
Because
go to
it's
a high
Friday.
school football game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, things work easier with Venmo now, I guess.
Things were
yeah.
much easier
Venmo,
now that all the
digital
tickets
tickets.
are digital.
I
yeah.
got tickets from a listener, a few for the 2021 game. Listener reached out because I mentioned on the radio, like, hey, if anyone has any tickets, I would like to buy them. My dad and I want to go to a game. Listener reached out. Him and I shared a little Venmo, got the tickets. Super easy.
Bang.
Yeah. Yeah. Technology today is pretty nice. Chance, did John just give away my address? WTF. You mentioned where Chance
Down in the
lives.
hole on Dirty
Come on,
Cash.
John.
I'm sorry.
Come
Wait,
on,
have they
John.
patched that thing up yet? What's
I
No,
think
they
it's
said
gonna
it would be
take
2 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a more.
what are they
a
going to
couple
fill it up
days.
with?
Well, hopefully dirt that doesn't disappear magically.
No,
Yeah.
they're going to fill it up with the same concrete that just makes potholes. So instead of one giant sinkhole, it's going to turn into 5 small
Oh,
potholes.
tiny baby potholes.
How cool would that be if they just filled the whole thing with concrete? They ain't gonna sink no more, and this whole thing's concrete.
That's how you do it. That's how Nick would do it.
That is how I would do it.
You should just do it.
Fill it up. Go take a big concrete truck.
What's stopping anyone from just doing that?
Vandalism, probably.
Why is it vandalism if you're fixing it?
Or what if they filled it up with like I don't know, like Jello, and then put concrete over that, and then when you drive over it, it kind of goes.
Oh, it'd be kind of fun.
It's like a fun bit for the city.
Yeah,
it's like quicksand.
Home of the Jello Road.
Jello Road.
I'm down here.
Sounds like a
Jello
70s
hole.
song.
It does.
I'm living on here down on Jello Road, hoping not to do overreaction at 10 a.m.
It's
Fall
the,
in the Jello hole.
song sequel to Copperhead Road.
Nice.
There you go.
By the way, John, at the beginning of this segment, he mentioned the Blazers, the Trailblazers, which Troy didn't like. Troy in Washington says, I listened to you guys about local sports there in Nebraska. First thing I hear today is John talking about the Portland Trailblazers draft. No, stick to sports.
He said that? When did he
you
say that?
mention the
When did you say something
Trailblazers?
about the Blazers?
Because I was using the analogy of how the overreaction draft would go, and I was talking about how it would look. You know how dorky it used to be when all the NBA
I remember
GMs
this.
would sit behind their table with their cute little logo, and I
little
mentioned
card.
the Trailblazers GM sitting behind the logo with a dorky smile on
Well,
his face.
so John mentions that, and then I get an
Dookie
email
smile.
about a potential book interview that we could do about the Trailblazers.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
No,
Yeah, we're not.
that
gonna
was
bring
just
this
a
person
that was just an example. It was
Why
just a
doesn't
team
Troy like that we're talking?
Maybe it makes him upset because he's a Blazers fan. Or no, Troy's in Washington, probably a Sonics fan. May they rest in peace.
They'll be back.
Yes. I think when they come back, Mike Schaefer will get back into the NBA again. You know, he's
Probably.
a big Sonics guy. He hated the Thunder. I wonder if he has any takes on the Thunder.
He
now.
didn't feel the thunder?
No, he didn't. Lightning and the Thunder.
Thunder.
He hated the Thunder. The Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden Thunder. Oh, he couldn't stand those teams because they should have been in Seattle.
Hey, John.
Mm-hmm.
This has been bugging me for about 10 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
what?
Why is your timer on your watch?
Oh, I never did stop it because
What were you
Josh
trying
and
to
I
say?
were recording some commercials.
We
Oh.
were.
I forgot to stop it. Thanks for reminding me. I've done that before.
You guys
Like if
record
I
stuff?
barbecue or something, we
Commercials. This was just a commercial.
recorded
Two
commercials.
commercials aren't live?
No.
No.
Okay.
This
Hey.
isn't 1920s radio.
I got a text from our Friday guest tomorrow. I got a text from our Friday guest tomorrow, which will be fun because I can ask Nick something and then John can go on a rant. What is the name of the movie that we're doing tomorrow? What's it called?
Swiss Army Man.
What channel is it on?
I think it's on
HBO
Max.
Max.
All right.
It's
Cool.
just Max now. They dropped the HBO.
Whatever, but it's
Yeah, John sent a DM, a group DM last
What is
night.
it? Swiss cheese man?
Swiss
Swiss
Army Man.
What did the DM
What's
say?
that
The
about?
DM said that Tusk has a rival.
Tusk
now.
has a new rival. God, please let it end.
What is it? What is it about, Nick?
Have you watched it yet?
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, me
It's
neither.
tonight. I know Daniel Radcliffe is in it.
It's about it's a goofy movie about a guy
It's a goofy movie.
who is stranded on an island and finds a dead body, and the dead body turns out to be Swiss Army Man, who basically has all of these powers. It's really dumb.
Nice.
It's really dumb.
Like Swiss Army Man, like he's
Like a
he's
Swiss
he's like
Army
a pocket knife. Yeah.
But he has all the. It's really dumb.
He turns into a corkscrew sometimes.
You could say that.
The little saw thing that might be able to get a
Let's
branch.
just say that there's a lot, and normally this is something
Fingernail
that
clipper.
this is something that appeals to me.
Scissors.
There's a lot of flatulence jokes in this movie.
You love farts.
Movie with
I do
fart
too,
jokes,
but
Nick?
it kind of
didn't
it
know.
kind of loses its appeal after the 50th time it's done.
Oh, no. It's only 90 minutes, though, right?
Well, there's a lot of farting in this movie.
But it's only 90 minutes.
Yeah, but it felt like 90.
Okay.
90
Oh,
days.
so like when
survive.
I watched Unfrosted.
Nice.
Unfrosted
Nick
felt
and
like it
John
took
are
a
just
week.
trading bad movies. Don't worry, folks. I'm picking a movie tomorrow. We'll get back on track. I make that promise.
I know. The movie you want to pick, I think Odson
Cannot
didn't
be
like.
Anchorman 2.
Really?
I don't think Odson liked the movie you're gonna
Odson
pick.
is a tough grader.
Yeah.
He's a very tough grader. He'll be like, this movie was excellent. I enjoyed my entire time at the movie theater. 3.5 stars out of 5. I'm
That's
like,
pretty good.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That's good though. I appreciate people that are
You can just give out gold stars
because
to
there are a
everybody.
lot of people that are like, oh, this is a 5-star, 5-star, 5-star.
Great take, John.
I wonder
I-
if my
I-
letterbox has my average movie rating.
I appreciate that Josh is a harsh grader.
I agree.
Now I don't agree with him on all of his grades, but I appreciate that, you know.
Harsh boy.
I
Josh,
wish-
it's always why on that podcast I used to do that I always rated the beers 7.5.
Yeah, that's right. You
Nothing
did.
gets a 10. Nothing ever got a 10.
I was
If it's
talking
10,
about
it's
that.
perfect. There's nothing about it that could be better. It's never true.
I was talking with a brewer over the weekend
Like
about how
Milwaukee?
not
Christian
that,
Yelich?
no. A brewer of beer, Nick,
Oh.
not a baseball player. And I was talking about Untapped and how I will give my floor. I don't want to be a jerk because if it's like a local brewery and like, so I usually go kind of like at a 3 of 5 is my floor. It's fine. If it's below that, it's truly trash. But I'm a nice guy.
That's fine.
People say that. Josh, you're so nice. People say that about me. It's very nice. I appreciate it.
As we part, a nice email into the Equitable Bank inbox from Lisa. You guys crack me up with all the jokes and jabs.
Oh,
Couldn't get through my day without you all. Makes my day.
Lisa.
Thanks for the belly laughs. Go Jays.
Let's go, Jays.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Very nice.
Nick, here, I know you don't like when people compare you to Stibbs, but
Okay.
I think when women email in or call in, you need to bring
Okay.
back a good Stibbs bit.
Women.
That's a fun bit too, but you just say sup. So like
Oh,
Johnny
yeah,
reads
yeah.
that email and you say,
Well, that
but
is a good one.
You see, it worked with
Sup.
Stibbs because he was single at the
Yeah,
time.
I'm of relationship.
He has Lene.
I guess that's right. Never
Calling
mind,
her
Nick.
Lene.
I guess never mind. that won't
Until
work.
I see her,
Lene
I can't
Kukula.
believe that she actually exists.
Interesting.
Okay.
Right? I'm just trying
John
to be
wants to
careful.
see pics.
I was here sitting in
Picture
this very spot.
GTFO.
Sitting here in this very spot the day that story broke, and Josh's mind is going all
That
over the place,
story.
and he's losing his mind.
What's
I lost faith.
Monte Teo.
I lost
Oh, yeah.
faith
That
in
was over there.
humanity that day. And so I've learned from that day forward not to take anyone at their word.
I've seen pictures of Nick and his woman, his girlfriend.
We
You sure
saw
that
her,
wasn't-
Josh,
Are you
physically
sure
that
you
one
didn't-
time.
Are you sure that wasn't?
Oh yeah, you did see her. She
Yeah.
picked me up from the airport.
She did not interact with us.
Oh yeah, we were
Yeah.
Are
like,
you sure that's not his
"Hey,
parole officer?
We're not
nice
sure.
to meet."
Yeah. We thought she was going to pull over and say, "Oh, guys, nice to meet you."
Yeah,
Nothing. Zzz,
yeah.
See you later.
Unreal.
There
Yeah.
was something going on that wasn't on her brain. We had to get home.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Yeah.
Mm,
They were thinking about
Nope. Was not that.
hanky panky.
Welcome back.
Shout out Nick.
It was something with the roommate. Her roommate needed help with something like that second.
Got
so
a
we did-
vacuum.
Huh?
I've got to vacuum now.
Screw you guys. Yeah, we just wanted to chat and say, what's it like dating Nick?
You don't realize how many crumbs are in this rug.
Yeah, that
We
was
have
really
s-
convenient because we were trying to pick her brain for sure.
Yeah, we were like, we have many questions about this relationship. Yeah,
first
I think
one
I
being
literally
why?
started waving.
I
and it
did
was-
too. It's just gone.
All right, see you later. Yeah,
We were both like, "Wow,
yeah,
jeez."
yeah.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
Guess we're not that cool.
Nope, guess not.
Nick only paid for the drive-by. He didn't
Oh,
pay for the
okay.
shaking the meat in the hand.
Shaking the meat.
Shaking the meat.
Mm,
I don't like this implication.
mm.
I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm kidding.
Lene's
As the
nice.
host of Big Red Reaction, Overreaction, way after dark.
Yeah, Nick.
Congrats.
Maybe Nick give Nick the Black Friday deal too. Just
Brought to you by My Patriot Supply.
Oh,
I can't wait to break down the Iowa Hawkeyes in the Black Friday game.
when they lose.
When they lose the
They're
I
gonna lose.
can't find a way to
Nebraska's gonna beat them. It's gonna be hilarious.
And go to
No,
the
they
college
won't.
football
It'll be
playoff.
too cold and too dark. They won't be able to see. That's advantage Iowa, who wears the black uniforms. Won't be able to see them at
Now,
night.
okay, one more thing.
I made that joke earlier.
Because what happens on Black Friday always? What is it known for? Wind.
Weird. Oh,
Wind.
fact.
Wind.
It's very wind. You know what happens at night? Less wind.
Excellent point. Why is that?
The wind
So
goes
you
down
know
at
what
night.
they need to do when they redo Memorial Stadium? Only play the games at night.
That's right. Blow up South Stadium and
Why-
only play the games at night.
Why didn't you think of that? Yogurt.
Mr. Yogurt, get on it.
Colorado night game.
You know why? Because
Northern Iowa night game. Illinois night game.
I don't think. See, that's
Tear it down right now.
See, that's what Mr. Yogurt's weakness is. People only eat yogurt in the daytime.
Flopping
Yo-
around.
yogurt-
Nick, give us the Dannon drop.
Yogurt can't work in the night.
Slop, slop, slop. Dannon. I love that drop. That is so good.
By the way, she just apologized. She didn't see you waving. She
Oh, no,
apologized.
she's
It's okay.
listening?
No,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's
yeah, we
okay.
were mainly making fun
Yeah,
of Nick.
we're-
You're
Are
okay.
you sure it's her or is it Josh's fake friend on Twitter that he used to interact
No.
with?
How
Always taking
How did
shots.
your burner get my girlfriend's phone
we
number?
haven't heard from her in a while. Kate, she's a tennis fan.
You have a burner named
No.
Kate?
Yes.
Yes.
She just
There would
thinks
only
I'm
be
funny.
one person ever that would agree with everything Josh said. I mean,
Interesting.
everything.
Kate.
Did you see that theory that Bill Simmons is on his own Reddit page?
Yes, I hope it's true. So
Oh,
bad.
that's so weird.
Yeah, defending Bill Simmons. Bill is on Reddit
Oh.
defending
Yeah.
Bill.
That's
Yeah.
so sad.
Defending all of Bill's takes.
Look, have I read about myself on message boards? Of course. Have I argued with people under a burner? Absolutely not. I'm not a sicko.
No, you argue with
Kate
them under
has.
your normal name.
That's true, Dick.
Kate does it for you.
Thank you, Kate.
All right, Connor.
Bye.
Bye, Hepper.
By the way,
Work on
congrats, John.
Yeah,
Work
I
on
totally
some dates.
forgot about
For
this.
what?
What the hell? You're wearing
Yeah.
a
He's
suit.
a nominee for a major award.
I'm a
No
nominee
one
for an
reminded
award,
us.
Nobody, we all agreed to go, too.
Yeah, and I'm not going.
I don't think we're going.
I'm
Yeah.
not dressed. Could you imagine I show up to that in this?
Actually, I can't imagine you showing up like that.
I wouldn't show up to an award in a Beaver shirt.
John is going to win Man of the Year.
That's awesome,
Am
John.
I going to win?
I'm
Man
so
of the
proud
Year?
of
Is that
you.
what I'm up for? Man of the Year?
Something.
John, I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud of me too, I guess.
Dannon.
You're so good at things, John.
You really are,
John,
man.
you're so great.
Yeah, thanks.
When I grow up as a broadcaster, I
Appreciate
want to
it.
be John
I hope
Bishop.
you do all the overreactions.
You're so good at it.
You're so good.
2 a.m. overreaction with John and Nick.
Oh, man.
No, it's not happening.
Bye.
Because I'd be doing it
Bye-bye,
from the
Hepper.
house.
All right, let's go to break.
The wife would just. Oh. All right, back after this. 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy Thursday afternoon with a high today of 78 and southeasterly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Spotty to scattered showers and thunderstorms here this afternoon and tonight, a few of which may contain large hail, strong wind gusts, and isolated flash flooding also possible. A low tonight of 60. Scattered thunder showers for your Friday, a high tomorrow of 73. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Oh, Ghost of George Washington here. Being the face of the dollar bill used to mean something, but today I just don't get any respect. But that's all changed with Lotto America from the Nebraska Lottery. People know that Lotto America only costs $1 to play, has a $2 million starting jackpot, and drawings 3 nights a week. I'm back, baby.
Calm down, George.
Hey, nobody asked you, Ghost of Andrew Jackson.
Lotto America top prize odds 1 in 26 million.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
This is the sound of a racing heart. It's beating a little faster because it belongs to a young child. But this child isn't in the middle of a close soccer game or playing with her puppy in the yard. Her heart is racing because she's just been told she has to move foster homes again. change a child's story. There's a child waiting for a volunteer like you.
Contact NebraskaCasa.org. Paid for by Nebraska Casa.
When you shop local, you help strengthen our community. So if you need roof repair, gutters, siding, even windows, call local Pyramid Roofing. They're the #1 roofer in Omaha for more than a dozen years. Let Pyramid Roofing come and give you a free estimate. Give them a call at 402-502-9300. That's 402-502-9300. Or visit them online at
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Whoa, Sandra. So in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond? Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder? Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university? Smart way to save, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start June 5th.
This is me at MCC.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing. Or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They are a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, you can make some of your fall plans.
Yeah, just some of them.
Some of them.
John, it could be on at 11 or 2:30 or 3 o'clock or 6:30. I mean, that's basically the whole day.
Or 10:30.
Or 10:30.
On Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to the Grum, everyone.
Hello. Look at this comeback going on, John. They keep doing this. They keep coming back and making things interesting, and then they lose.
Don't call it a comeback.
They did that on Monday. Now they're doing it on Thursday.
I love Monday.
I couldn't
Twins
remember.
have a winning
Nick.
record, right? I believe they do.
I think they do now.
Well, then we know how this game's going to end up.
They're 30-25. Royals beat them yesterday, John. What do you think about that?
It's a miracle.
How about that?
Welcome to the Grum, everyone, on a Thursday where it looks like it's going to rain pretty soon.
Yeah.
A lot of rain.
It's going to rain.
Nebraska loves rain.
Yeah, it does. Just get used to it, folks.
The state,
'cause
not the people.
We're 2 weeks away from copious rain delays.
No, it's going to be fine. This negativity is so negative.
Well, it's not negative or positive. It's just factual.
Oh, I can hear the tone.
Well,
as long as the rain delay happens for the night games, I don't really care. That's my take.
Every game.
No, just the night games, Nick. Night games.
Kill me now.
I'll be on my way to my car by that point in time. Sorry, everybody. On my way to my car. John has to get in the pregame coverage, and then I'm on my way to my car. And then I'm in my car. And then I'm driving home.
Well,
and I'm watching and
that's good because you're
going to
need because you'll need plenty of rest.
And Theron.
You'll need plenty of rest for when you're hosting Big Red Overreaction at 2 a.m.
No, that's Nick.
November, whatever day
that's Nick and Jimmy.
Josh and Nick.
No.
2 a.m. reaction.
Nope, it's definitely not that, Nick.
Welcome to the Grum Down. This
Hello.
is what is going on today on the show. It's big college football kickoff times overreaction. I sense, Josh, that Christmas, you were wanting a bike for Christmas. Instead, you got some underwear and socks.
I got yogurt.
You got some yogurt.
Yeah.
It wasn't even in the package. It was just wrapped up pile of yogurt.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about it. We'll break all this stuff down.
Are you ready for Black Friday prime time? I hope so.
John's not.
Prime time.
Doesn't matter to me. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Prime time.
Or flying somewhere
We
over
get
the
it.
Rocky
You're going to
Mountains.
Vegas.
Yeah,
We didn't even
John.
talk about it that much when we were going.
Seriously.
Well, you made it sound like I care. I don't.
I hope you meet Vegas John out there so you can be a little less uptight.
Yeah.
I'm not uptight. How uptight? I am not uptight. Not uptight at all.
The uptight boys.
Are you ready for Case IH Memorial Stadium?
Nice.
Good reference, John.
Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it really
it
does.
does.
Sounds awesome.
We'll get a regional preview. Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald will join us
are regionals?
from Stillwater,
Where it's raining.
Where there is still water right
where
now.
there will be
Nice.
some rain. Yes.
Oh, no. The Royals are going to lose.
Watch out for mosquitoes.
Womp womp. That's all right. Cubs are going to lose too.
Are they?
Yep.
Congrats on the comeback, twins.
They're 1 out away from losing.
Please.
Killing Rudy solves nothing.
Whoa.
It's an actual quote.
From someone who follows me on Twitter.
Which Rudy are we talking about here?
This would
Oh.
be
Talking about Rudy. Or
No. We're not talking about your Rudy.
Oh,
We're
no,
talking
sorry. Yeah,
about
not
a
Rudy
different
Giuliani.
Rudy.
Yeah. You should watch the movie, Nick. Have you ever seen Rudy?
no, I haven't.
When I was a second grader, it was my favorite movie ever.
I know the part where everyone's like Rudy.
That's one of the parts. And
There
then
you
I
go.
saw Shawshank Redemption, and that became my favorite movie.
When you were in second grade.
Now, when I was probably in 9th or 10th. Yeah.
The Run and Wrestling Connection today.
It's back.
Yes. Oh, John, I have something for you.
I'm sure I won't
Also,
be.
I did a hill workout yesterday. Beast.
I hated
won't-
hills. When I did track, hated hills.
It's hard. It's hard.
Today, a double
said-
dump of poops
Oh.
on Prime.
Double dump.
Yeah.
Did you see some of their
Nasty.
kickoff times? Oh, that's
Well,
President T.
You'll have to wait on that.
Uh-huh.
Kickoff time overreactions coming up. We could have 5 kick return TDs in September.
Sipple say that?
No.
It wasn't a fair catch.
And
Nice, Nick.
the easiest ruling in
Whoa,
judicial
John,
history.
Stick to sports. We haven't even waded in on what's going on right now. And you want to talk about it on the show today?
Nasty.
It is the easiest
Oh,
ruling.
we
in
should have done
judicial
12
history.
Angry Men for the movie club.
Oh, I do like that movie.
I've only seen it one time. I was a freshman in high school. I was a punk. I was like, this
Dude,
movie
we
sucks.
watched it in government class.
Yeah,
I
watched-
really liked it.
I watched it in history class or English class.
Why are you watching movies in English
They
class?
speak English in movies, John.
Duh, John.
Really?
Actually, maybe.
Well,
it
I
wasn't.
guess Josh does like to read all his movies, so it is good English, class work.
You could make an
Hard to
argument
argue with
that the framing and the way it's shot could be related to plays, which is related to English.
Actually, I think, Nick, that's what it was. I think that we were learning about plays.
Framing and whatnot.
I think that's what it was.
We just read Shakespeare.
Oh, man. I don't like the English language from that era.
No, it is funny
It's
though.
tough. It's a tough hang.
Like
it?
when we all found out that I bite my thumb at thee is basically their version of flipping somebody off. Everybody was just doing it.
Yeah, you were biting your thumbs.
Yeah, just
I'm biting my thumb.
Like, did you ever read? Is it the Homer's Odyssey? You ever read Homer's Odyssey?
Never
John?
did.
I like the Iliad better.
Ugh.
We
Yeah,
had to
that's-
read the Odyssey, but it be
I
lucky.
mean, we might have, but I was like,
John,
this is so
what are
boring.
they called? Stanzas.
Yeah.
Something like. Be glad that that's the ones that they forced us to read in high school
Yeah.
were the edited version.
Yeah.
Those books are so long.
Yeah.
He does so many things.
You ever read Frankenstein's Monster? Talk about
Frankenstein.
another movie that bored me to tears.
You didn't like Frankenstein? The
book?
original
The
Frankenstein?
book?
No, the movie.
No, I'm talking about the book. We had to
Oh,
read
the
it for
book.
English class.
Oh, the book.
Boring as hell.
Wow, so you don't
Really?
support women and women writers.
No, that is not what I said, Nick. Just that woman writer. A single woman writer. It was a boring ass
Yes.
book. Be more
Josh-
entertaining.
Josh is saying women can be bad writers too.
They can, Nick. It's 2024.
That's right. They're allowed to be bad.
Bingo. Thoughts, Nick?
Women.
There we go. We love women. Travis says Shakespeare is a lot better if you read it with a heavy Southern accent.
Ah, is that?
You know, I never tried that.
I bite my tongue at thee.
But, maybe I should have done that. Maybe next time. We're going to watch a little more baseball.
could be
John?
Can I say something here about this
Amazon?
Amazon thing?
It sucks.
It is a bad app.
It's a horrible app.
I
It's a
mean, when
horrible
I
app.
turn on my Roku, I got all my apps right there in front of me.
Yep.
But here you got to guess.
there.
Where are my apps? Where are my apps?
Scroll down.
No, it's this one.
Did you hear
I-
where
I
John put
figured
the
it.
emphasis in Roku just then?
Roku.
Roku.
Yeah.
My Roku.
It's like when Schaefer would come on and he would say Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Game
oh,
of Thrones?
John, whoa. The Astros are playing the Mariners in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know. That'll be on that TV.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine with me. Baseball.
We got
Let's
extra,
go A's.
We got extra innings of Oakland Athletics baseball. Anyway, 402-951-1620. It's the 42 degrees the source hotline by your mom's house.
You can call and or text us there.
Yep. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Got a poll question for you.
What is it?
Well, with the Black Friday game being at 7, is it 7 p.m. or 6:30?
6:30.
It's in prime time.
7.
We ask you, do you
The most important quiz.
approve or would you rather have it at its normal time?
So you can
Normal
vote?
meaning the daytime times where
11.
it's always.
It is an election year.
Shout out. Yes, it is, Nick.
It's an election year.
Yes, it is, Nick.
You better vote the right way.
Good point.
Otherwise, they're going to take your peanut butter.
Yeah, what will happen with that Black Friday game after the election? This
good
year's going to
question.
suck.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hellscape.
Yeah.
Plus, the sun will be setting earlier. Bad times.
Yeah.
Bad times.
Why are you
for-
smiling?
I'm not smiling, Nick.
You're smiling when you said the sun is going to set earlier.
No, I don't like that part. I hate that part. That's the worst part. Also, you can hit us up in the Equitable Bank inbox, John.
You most certainly can. The Equitable Bank inbox.
How about this tweet that we got from KD on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed? I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't know if anyone's had as good of a 2024 as Nick. I think he's reaching his mature producer form, went from an F1 dork to real sports show producer right before our eyes with his own bits to boot. Wow. Look at that, Nick.
I went to the dentist.
Did
I got a
KD
car.
Wow.
KD blink twice if you're in Milwaukee.
You shower sometimes?
Yeah.
You're getting there, Nick. You're getting there.
Someday I'll eat more than rice. I had more than rice last night.
Nice. I believe that's a song.
More than rice?
More than rice.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of more than rice, John, did you know that this week's zone deal is
I
for
had
the
no idea.
Woodcliff Restaurant?
I know now.
Voted bet
And now
Omaha's
you know.
best outdoor patio, perfect for a romantic dinner for two, a family dinner, or if you just want to hang out with your friend Nick Grimm. Enjoy all of Woodcliff's delicious food with a perfect view of Woodcliff Lake. And they have Thursday weekly special burgers, Friday fish specials as well, and tomorrow morning at 9, you can get two $25 gift vouchers, which is a $50 value, of course, for just $25. How about that?
How about that?
In the words of John Bishop when he was like 20. How about that?
How about that?
Do it at 1620thezone.com.
And a reminder that the NBA playoffs still have another game to go at least until the finals.
Nice.
So you better get in now with FanDuel because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's right.
Woo.
You bet $5, you win, you get $150 in bonus bets to use however you choose. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/1620. FanDuel.com/1620. Get in now so you can wager on the T-Wolves and the Mavericks tonight.
The line right now, John, Minnesota -5. The total is sitting at 210 points. And as John said, maybe you go with a prop, whether it's a player to score, maybe it's over under. How about this? If you're wanting to get a little spicy to score 40 or more points, Luka 5-1. His name is Luka. Anthony Edwards +750. Again, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 to get started and get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. 21 plus in President, Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. Now that we got through the spring and we're in the summer, what's better for summer than ice cream? I always say, get yourself a bucket load. Now I know they don't sell it by the buckets at Ted and Wally's, but they do sell it by the pint. They do sell it by the half gallon. All you got to do is call ahead to get yours reserved today. And so many flavors. Go on social media, whether it's Facebook or on Twitter, and they have a list of the day's ice creams for both locations. That's in the old market, of course, and in Benson. Swing by there, get yourself some great ice cream this summer, and tell them Severe sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Forget the drive to Colorado or Missouri. Stop into any Omaha 42 Degrees and indulge in a curated cannabis experience. Premium flower, cannabis, pre-rolls, and cannabis accessories paired with an elevated customer service experience. All are waiting for you at 42 Degrees. From novices to connoisseurs, we're here to elevate your cannabis journey. 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. By your mom's house.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Our experienced agents blend local expertise with cutting-edge technology to provide top-notch personalized service to all clients. Don't settle for less when you could save big without compromising. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today. Modern Real Estate, redefining the way you do real estate.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal are coupons valued at $50 on sale for just $25 to the Woodcliff Restaurant at Woodcliff Lake in Fremont. It's perfect for a romantic dinner or to bring the whole family to enjoy a culinary treat for any special occasion. $50 on sale for just $25 to the Woodcliff Restaurant at Woodcliff Lake in Fremont. This week's half-off deal.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. It's time for
Big college football kickoff times.
Overreaction. Gladys! The live show with all the info and opinions you can handle. Plus the most important voice of all, yours.
Big college football kickoff times.
Overreaction is presented by
Mr. Yogurt, your favorite yogurt,
and
the mafia known as the Big TV networks.
Also sponsored by
whatever sponsors end up on Nebraska's end zones. Maybe Runsa. I don't know.
Get on the line now at 402-951-1620 and sound off on
Big college football kickoff times.
Overreaction, live on 1620 The Zone.
And 1620 The Zone TV.
Oh, Gladys! Where you been, darling?
Oh, that was good stuff.
She had to take some time to get over sweet baby herbs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she had the big thing for herbs.
She sounds healthier now, though.
She does. She sounds a little more peppy. A little more peppy. But yes, it is time for big college football kickoff times overreaction. This is Josh's Christmas in May.
Yes, thank you.
He had to change his underwear 3 times last night in anticipation for
because they grew 3 sizes bigger. That's what happened in the,
because you were pooping yourself. Thus
Sure.
It needed more
That's what it
storage
was.
space.
That's what it was.
Anywho, the first game that we found out about today for Nebraska was the Iowa game.
Nice.
Go Hawks.
No, Nick, not go Hawks.
And we have, for your convenience, because that's what we do here,
Look at
we have
us.
tweeted out the graphic of all of the known and unknown, I guess, Nebraska kickoff times.
It is known.
Nah.
We found out about 3 more definitive kickoff times today. UTEP,
Yeah.
Northern Iowa,
Yeah.
and Iowa.
Go Panthers.
And Iowa.
And
yes.
Hawks. Go
So
Panther Hawks.
we knew about those. Everything else, and we do know at least some times.
Yes, because we found out about Purdue. Purdue is locked in, right? That is the only
That is
other one
locked
that's locked
in at 11 a.m. It just doesn't have a network yet.
Purdue.
Purdue.
Big noon, John. Big noon kickoff.
Yeah, I bet you that thing will end up on Big Fox.
Big
But
noon.
we did ask you a question because for the first time since Nebraska started playing the Black Friday tradition, going back to the Oklahoma series, this game will be a nighttime kickoff, 6:30 on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
And so we asked you,
Hope they wear the black uniforms.
do you like this or
Iowa.
would you rather have had it where it normally is? We gave you 3 options.
Okay.
I like the nighttime. I like to boogie. Or make it 11 a.m. or 2:30, please.
Where's the votes?
65% like the nighttime.
Wow, you said that'd be bad though, and that
I think it'll take a little of the steam out of it, but that's neither here nor
I'm
there.
more than down with the night game, honestly.
yeah.
I'm
You're down,
excited
Nick.
for the night game.
you love asking people if they're down.
I do.
You're down. as
I'm
well.
down.
I'm down.
25% 2:30, only 10% make it 11 a.m. You can vote right now.
Damn
JTech
it.
Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. So it's not it's not being met with a whole lot of pushback. But we did
Even though it
find
might
out.
be cold, it might be a little chill.
Yeah, it'll be cold.
You have to wear a coat
It'll be
November?
cold.
in November. Wow, crazy.
The UTEP game, I was surprised this ended up on Fox. Now, it's not at big noon, but it is 2:30, so it is getting network.
I thought it was gonna be on CBS, so I guess that's what I'm surprised by. But I thought it was gonna be on a network.
Maybe somebody knows something about UTEP that we don't.
But yeah, it'll be on 2:30.
UTEP Natty.
We knew that Colorado was kicking off in prime time on September 7th. On NBC.
Mm-hmm.
Northern Iowa, 6:30. Man, you nighttime
Go
people.
Panthers.
You nighttime people are getting all the nighttime kickoffs.
This is
Iowa
great.
loves night
So
games.
this is not good.
It's
is
not
not
good.
No.
You 11 a.m. dorks were loaded last year.
Well,
It's nice for them to reach across the aisle.
Yeah, but this is an extreme. I can't vote for.
John right now.
This is the worst.
It's the worst.
It's the worst.
John, you'll do a great job on Big Red Overreaction that night, and I can't wait to listen.
Well, I'll be listening. I won't be listening on November 16th.
Interesting.
We knew about Illinois.
Yes.
We just mentioned Purdue.
Purdue.
The Rutgers game,
which is the homecoming game. This is when it gets stupid.
Yeah, it's funny how they've locked in. Well, they haven't locked in the times, but they've given you the windows. They haven't given you a network yet, but Rutgers will be either an 11, a 2:30, or a 3.
See, in the years past, I always thought it was like for homecoming, they would say like 2:30 or 3. So you would have a really good idea. It was going to be in the afternoon or middle afternoon. Whereas this is like, I mean, that's, more than half of the day. It could be in those windows.
Yeah. At this point, they should put 11 a.m. to 6:30.
Nick, you're not wrong. And we'll get to the USC game in a moment. But I mean, you might as well just say it will be Saturday.
It will be Saturday.
It will be sometime that Saturday.
November 19th at Indiana, 11, 2:33, or 6:30.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's literally the whole day.
Yeah.
That's literally the whole day.
Ohio State, 11, 2:30, or 6:30.
Here's a prediction for you, John. If Nebraska is 6-1 or 7-0, that game will be at 11 o'clock because it will be big noon kickoff, live from the shoe.
2 games are truly to be determined. UCLA, November 2nd, don't know a time, don't know a network. And Wisconsin, November 23rd, don't know a time, don't know a network. We mentioned Iowa, but
Go
sandwiched
Hawks.
in between, this is the day that's causing all the controversy and the reason why we're going to do the Big Red Overreaction draft.
Yeah.
USC, 2:30, 3, 6:30, or 10 p.m.
Again, might as well say the whole day. That is literally the
And
whole
by
day
the way,
except
that
for
is-
11.
over into
That
the
is-
next day.
That is
Yeah.
10 p.m. Central
Time.
not
Yeah.
Eastern.
Yeah, that's late, man.
10 p.m. Central Time for USC. Possible. Again, it could be in the afternoon. It could be in prime time. It could be at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
On a network to be determined.
Big 2 a.m. overreaction.
Oh, my gosh.
So we did get some answers.
We got some answers.
I'm happy
with
the TV schedule.
Okay. Tell us why.
Last year, there was a lot of big games that I wanted to watch that I couldn't because I don't have antenna or BTN. But a lot of these now, like Colorado, NBC, that'll probably be on Peacock also, I assume.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm going to go to the UNI game, so that's fine.
Okay.
The Iowa game, I'm
Peacock.
Yeah.
Just get an antenna, though, Nick. It's like $20.
Yeah.
It's so easy. Okay.
Well, they won't need it because of the Fox. You can watch the Fox games on the. Well, I guess you can't. You don't.
No, the Fox games are the ones that I have a hard time watching.
Yeah,
I'll just go to a bar for those. But my point is, the ones that I want to for sure sit down and watch, I can do it at home.
Okay.
At least
nice,
Nick is happy.
I think it's solid.
At least Nick is happy.
I don't want a 10 o'clock game, but otherwise it's solid. If I was in my 20s, yeah, 10 o'clock, that sounds great. I'll be in 36. That's too late.
You don't like it for the novelty of it?
Nah.
Like that's not even getting you?
No.
I've seen it before.
With Nebraska?
Yeah, they played it. They did a 9:30 game.
That's fair.
A decade ago.
Yeah.
But again, I was in my 20s, got hammered drunk. It was a great time. I'm not gonna be doing that this time. I'm going to walk banks the next morning.
Whether I have to do a stupid call-in show afterwards or not, for me, it's like,
It's like the spiritual successor to Pac-12 After Dark. Remember Pac-12 After Dark?
I do.
Oh, that's exactly what this is. See, this is what
is
happens
Big Ten
when
After Dark.
when you suck in 4 Pac-12 schools. Is
Hello.
The Big Ten is going to have a lot of these late games on the West Coast, featuring these teams. And yes, Nebraska will get sucked into a few.
A question coming into the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed from Riley about the Ohio State game. And again, the Ohio State game, John, is listed as what?
11, 2:30, or 6:30.
So Riley asks us, he says, out of curiosity, have you all looked at who plays that October 26th weekend around the country? Because hypothetically, if undefeated Nebraska is playing undefeated Ohio State, I imagine that has to be moved to a night game. So what it will actually come down to, I mean, it's a good point to say, look at the schedule around the country, but what it will also come down to is who has first pick. If Fox has first pick that weekend, and let's say it's undefeated, that will be a big noon game because they would want that in that window. If NBC has first pick and it's undefeated Nebraska and undefeated Ohio State, they would probably put that there. If CBS has first pick, again, it would be at 2:30. So it just ultimately is going to depend on who has it. In terms of other Big Ten games that are big that weekend, I'm sorry for saying big so many times. Illinois at Oregon, Maryland at Minnesota, Northwestern at Iowa, Penn State at Wisconsin, Washington at Indiana, and then Big 12 or Michigan State, Michigan, and then a couple Big 12 games for you. Kansas at Kansas State, Texas Tech at TCU. So largely will just depend on who has the first pick for that weekend. And that is something that we don't know because we don't know that stuff behind the scenes.
So going back to the USC game to see, what the other options are. And again, Josh is right. Whoever has the first pick that week.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily know who has the first pick that week between the three network partners. But here are the options for that day.
And this is the USC game?
For the USC game.
Okay.
We'll just look at Big Ten only.
Okay.
And unfortunately, this is not grouped by conference, so I'm just kind of
annoying.
Just scanning here a little bit. So pardon me while I look, but looks like we have Penn State at Purdue.
Okay.
We have Michigan State at Illinois.
Okay.
Nebraska USC.
Yep.
Ohio State Northwestern at Wrigley Field.
Okay.
Wrigley, get down.
Oregon at Wisconsin.
Definitely an interesting game.
Rutgers at Maryland.
Not so much.
And that looks like the only Big Ten games that day featuring Big Ten schools.
Any Big 12 games?
Utah at Colorado.
So, I mean, there's a potential game that, they'd be interested in putting in a nice window. In terms
Cincinnati
of
at Iowa State.
Maybe.
And now I'm having to retrain my brain to what is
Utah,
Big 12.
Arizona.
Kansas at BYU.
Yeah.
Baylor at West Virginia.
Okay.
Arizona State at Kansas State.
Okay.
And I believe that's it.
Okay. So, yeah, some of it depends on how good Nebraska and USC are. Some of it is just the luck of the draw in terms of who has it that week. But certainly if Nebraska USC was like the game that weekend, it would probably be at 2:30 or 6:30. Because I can't imagine Fox would want to put that game at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, I would judge right now. The odds of it being that late, I would rate it less than 10%.
I would too. That is both teams kind of fall apart a little bit.
Right.
And they
because you're talking about two grand brands.
My brand.
Teams that haven't played each other very often recently.
Yeah.
Even though they are now new conference rivals. But, I mean, these were the games that, the Big Ten was touting when they came up with Flex Protect Plus. They wanted to highlight these big brand games.
Sure.
And 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 o'clock East Coast time.
Gross.
Is not a great.
No, that's not why you bring USC into the conference.
Exactly. So again, I would rate the odds of that happening that late at 10%.
Jed writes on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, 10 p.m. game sounds amazingly great. Just like that Fresno State game many moons ago. But then again, I don't go to bed until the Mountain West games are done anyway. Jed says, I'll be up late watching the game.
Well, I mean, if it's Nebraska playing, people will be up.
Oh, I'll be up. We'll all be up. And then John will be on Overreaction with Nick.
No.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it, John. That's in my month. I got to clear out the whole calendar.
I got basketball games to call in my month too. So, yeah, sorry.
Nick.
All right, Nick. Congrats.
Nice.
like we've got it.
Tony says Saturday nap time. Yeah, get your napping in. Get your napping in.
By the way, everyone's been wondering about how college football was going to match up against Black Friday and the NFL now taking over that day with the Chiefs and the Raiders.
Yes. It's a pretty solid day now.
There will be 6 college games in the noon window or 11 a.m., including Oklahoma State at Colorado on ABC, Minnesota at Wisconsin on CBS, Oregon and Boise State on Fox. In the 2:30 window, Mississippi State at Ole Miss, so the Egg Bowl.
Nice.
And then, of course, Iowa, Nebraska, and Georgia Tech, Georgia. So a battle in prime. You're going to have 3 primetime games on over-the-air network. Iowa, Nebraska. Actually, it should read Nebraska at Iowa.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech at Georgia, and then at 7 o'clock, Utah at Central Florida.
Nice. That's a solid day of sports. What?
I didn't say anything.
The look on your face.
I did not say anything.
Michael Severe says, Severe and Grimm on overreaction.
Oh,
there you go.
Fun.
And then you'll just fold right on into severe reaction, which will start like 45 minutes later.
That will be perfect. Dan says, Big Jed overreaction. You and Jed could do the show, Nick.
Oh, my. There would be a murder.
Jed does a podcast.
There would be a murder.
I've been on his podcast before. He could do it. He can talk into a microphone. I've heard it before.
Pretty sure there'd be a murder.
Say
By the way, Hawkeye and Cyclone fans.
That's me.
The Cy-Hawk Trophy.
El Assico, baby.
You're an El Assico.
El Assico on September 7th will be on CBS at 2:30.
Another game I can watch.
Oh, yeah. Along those lines, Nick, John writes an email. Nick will eat rice so he can buy $60 shirts, but he won't buy a $20 antenna so he can watch other over-the-air games. I don't want to hear him complain. You could watch the NFL, Nick.
I just watch the NFL now.
Yeah, I know, but you could watch more of the NFL.
If you noticed, so far,
yes,
Nebraska is not showing up on the exclusively yet. Now, there's still a good chance.
Oh, Jack Mitchell might be listening.
That Nebraska will play a game this year exclusively on but the early games were announced.
What, you're going to do that every time you say it, huh?
On September 7th, Rhode Island at Minnesota.
Oh, cue the drop, Nick.
Minnesota!
Thank you.
Also on September 7th, the gets 2 exclusive games.
What? Tell me more.
Because Boise State at Oregon.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a football game.
Will be at 9 p.m.
Quack, quack.
Nice.
Exclusively on
What day is that you said?
September 7th.
So that'll be after Nebraska whoops up on that buff ass.
And then on September 14th, the will be in Champaign for Illinois Central Michigan. And how about this?
How about this?
The first ever Apple Cup not to feature 2 conference rivals.
Yeah.
Will be at 2:30 September the 14th on only.
That'll be weird.
So the state of Washington is the state that's going to be triggered because their in-state rivalry game, the only way you can see it without a ticket is on Peacock.
Thank you, John.
Also,
I don't like that.
Also, Notre Dame. Notre Dame is playing in a Peacock exclusive.
I think
game
they do usually do like 1 game a year
against Louisville.
Ian writes, I volunteer to do a Big Red Overreaction show with Nick.
That could be fun.
Wow, Nick. Listen to the way that you just said that. Unreal. Mark writes in to the the Equitable Bank inbox, rather. With all the primetime games scheduled, maybe the usual suspects will quit whining and complaining about the day games. I'll be waiting for thunderstorms or lightning to postpone or delay all 3 of those games into the wee hours of the night. Josh needs to volunteer to do the overreaction shows for those games as well. Hey, Mark, go to hell. What is he saying? Thunderstorms? Get out of here, Mark.
The lightning. And the thunder. And the thunder.
No thunder.
And the lightning.
What the hell is up with that kind of negativity? Taking us to negative town.
Negative boys.
The negative boys.
Because we do perform equal service,
Nice.
Hawkeye fans.
Hawks.
Nah.
Illinois State, 11 a.m., BTN, the season opener. We mentioned the El Assico.
Well, where's their
2:30
graphic,
on
John?
CBS. I don't have one. I just
equal.
saw this. The Troy game, 3 o'clock on FS1. Then skipping ahead to October the 26th, Northwestern, 2:30, network to be determined. November 8th, Friday night at UCLA.
Nice.
7 o'clock. And, of course, the Nebraska game.
Nice.
So,
awesome.
there you go.
This is great.
Hell, yes.
Joel says, classic Big 12 rivals, Central Florida and Utah.
They
Man,
are.
That'll be a great game.
They are tremendous.
This is awesome. Aren't you just so happy?
That sounded forced.
No,
It did sound
I
forced.
love this. This was a great
Josh is the person who, when his Aunt Edna would knit him a sweater, and it looked garish and just awful, that he would open up the package and say, "Oh, it's great, it's awesome."
No, awesome.
Well, you want to make Aunt Edna feel bad, John? Would you spit in her face and stomp it on the ground?
I'm saying this is what Josh does.
No, I would never do that. It was my youngest brother who did that. I didn't get the thing I asked for. Well, okay. Merry Christmas to you too, Luke. Yeah. I'm excited. This is a great day for all. This is a great day for America. It's a great day for us. And in 2 days, I'm allowed to count down to things again. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, but you've already violated that restraining order so many times this month. I think we need to extend it through June.
I don't like that idea.
Yeah, I think we do.
I'm in favor.
Because you did violate it a lot.
You did. You tried to find some loopholes.
You violated it, the spirit of the law, all of this.
Is that a P or a B there, Nick?
You were very Trumpian in the way you danced around the law.
Trumpian. That's nasty. That's Nick. Yeah. Chris writes in. Chris, who is of Knoxville.
Build it.
Racers.
Yes.
He says the USC game just feels like it'll be our Peacock game. Say the word.
Peacock.
Big national brands, but probably won't be a ranked matchup. West Coast game, so they can start it late without affecting network schedules. Put it on the list.
Chris, I disagree. They're not going to put a Nebraska USC on Peacock. They might put like a USC Rutgers on Peacock. So they have one brand.
Yeah,
but they would not put both brands on Peacock.
I'm putting it on there. Will be on Peacock.
All right.
I will say they're not going to put a Peacock game at 10. If it's at 10, it will be on Fox. So
oh, no, I just read you there. There's a couple of 9 p.m. Peacock games.
I guess maybe you're right.
Remember, it's Peacock. They don't have to hit the late local news.
That's true.
Your NBC, your Peacock,
NBC. John Nicely.
The Peacock local news they don't have a local news.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
So you're not going to have any really angry, newscasters on Peacock.
Jimmy
at
writes,
2 a.m. waiting for the game to be over.
I wonder if John would like college football more if Creighton had a team. John, thoughts?
Who says I don't like college football?
He's just saying you would like it more.
Well, sure, because, why not? But they don't. I'm fine with that.
Riley says, was the last time Nebraska played USC the John David Booty College Game Day game? No, it was the
Holiday Bowl
in 2014. Coached by Barney Cotton?
By the Barney Cotton.
Indeed. Barney Cotton.
The Barney Cotton.
Yeah.
Wasn't there something that happened on the sidelines in that game?
I don't know. I was at the stadium. Mike Riley walked right by me.
Did you say?
Oh, that's right. Mike Riley was there.
Yeah.
Because he had already been announced as the new coach.
He had his Pepsi. Probably, I would assume.
I wonder if Mike Riley likes the new Pepsi flavors.
Probably not. He is an old man.
Old people like things sometimes.
Not new things. You'll get there eventually, Nick. You're like, another new flavor? But I'm 32. I don't need this.
I love new flavors.
Still to come, Killing Rudy solves nothing. Could the walk-ons stand in the way of a Super League?
Wow.
And more, including the Run and Wrestling connection.
Still
to come on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Chris writes in on Twitter, there will be no missing Angel Hernandez. Absolutely none. He's terrible, and I'm truly happy to see him go. Do you at all feel bad for a human man, Angel Hernandez, who just so happens to be just awful at his job? Do you at all feel like, all right, he's retiring, we should just let it go, rather than pile on, happy to see you go, rotten hell,
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy Thursday afternoon with a high today of 78 and southeasterly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Spotty to scattered showers and thunderstorms here this afternoon and tonight, a few of which may contain large hail, Strong wind gusts and isolated flash flooding also possible. A low tonight of 60. Scattered thunder showers for your Friday, a high tomorrow of 73. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included with the activation of a Silver Unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Switch to Straight Talk. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Requires in-store activation. Device offer ends 6/9/24. Taxes and fees apply.
My taco pie is really something special, and it can't be imitated. It starts with my zesty taco sauce, seasoned beef, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, mounds of cheddar, and mozzarella cheese. This pie is the real deal. For a limited time, build your own feast with a specialty pizza, like my taco pie, a one-topping pizza, and cinnamon monkey bread. Do yourself a favor and order. Today, Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm going to have a chewable.
On 1620, The Zone.
A little bit later on, we're going to be speaking with Evan Bland from Stillwater. By the way, 70% chance of rain tomorrow in Stillwater.
Oh, that's not good, Sean.
So just be advised, there could be some game time adjustments for Nebraska and Florida and that entire regional. But on the Arkansas side of things, their top pitcher, Brady Tygart, quote, does not feel good, according to Dave Van Horn, might not be on the roster for the regional.
Oh, my gosh.
So that could make things very interesting down in Fayetteville.
Has the runs, maybe?
Oh.
I don't know.
You don't want those.
He, according to...
What's sick enough to make you miss a whole tournament?
Well, I don't think the feel good is in terms of like a
tummy ache
illness, but
maybe it's
more
anxiety.
a physical, something to do with the mechanics of pitching.
Mm.
So we'll see, but that could end up being big. Arkansas, I don't have my regionals memorized yet, but they got Louisiana Tech, Kansas State, and SEMO in their regional. They're on the opposite side of the Nebraska of the bracket.
I'd like to see more of them.
Nebraska.
Wow.
That'd be short for Southeast Missouri State.
Mm-hmm.
We just call them SEMO for short. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? We've been talking about kickoff times.
Yeah. A little bit here and there.
While folks are
once or twice.
While folks in these parts are probably worried that, the hoodlums in Iowa City are going to
when it's so dark and scary and cold.
Attack.
The night is dark and full of terrors.
People forget.
Let's get that drop ready for whenever we talk about Black Friday, Nick.
The folks
Lord
down in Texas aren't happy that the Red River rivalry will be moving to the ultra late time of 2:30 in the afternoon.
No, wait, real quick. Are people actually upset about this, or are you?
No. There are folks. I saw a tweet. Brett McMurphy was one of the first to report this. That it was going to be at 2:30 on ABC or ESPN.
Which has not happened, I believe, off the top of my head, the last time I remember this is like 03.
Yeah, it was early
02,
2000s.
But for the
But
most,
it used to happen quite a bit.
I was going to say, because there's like highlights of games in the 80s
Oh,
where
yeah.
the sun is set.
Oh, yeah.
But then people, remember the guy grabbed the other guy by the junk and like ripped his...
He what?
Yeah, he ripped open a guy's scrotum. He did.
He was trying to get the advance on getting a hockey
It
team
was
to
like a
Gretna.
certain someone's arm just hangling and dangling down there.
But there are folks worried because apparently the old neighborhood around the Texas State Fair with all these drunk, Oklahoma and Texas fans, it gets a little rough.
A little rowdy.
And so the idea is that this game ends at 6:30 local time,
when the sun still won't be set because it's early October, by the way. It'll still
Right.
be up a little bit.
It'll be up for another hour or so, but they're worried that it'll cause more violence at the Texas State Fair.
Well, got to deal with it, I guess. Just don't be a violent idiot.
Well, that would be nice.
I like it. I like this game.
Oh, I do too. I
think
like that it's at 2:30.
Yeah, it's fun. By the way, I'm pretty sure 0-2. I'm looking it up right now. Oklahoma won 35-24 in a matchup of 2 versus 3. Also, it was back when Mac Brown never was able to beat them. He needed Vince Young.
What was the year of the was it Teddy Lehman or no, it was
that was
Roy
the year
Williams.
before. That was also at 2:30.
Yeah.
That's right, because when you watch the game, it does have that like kind of sun is starting to set vibe.
Well, I was at wherever Nebraska was at home, and I remember watching that in the press box.
Yeah,
because Nebraska was kicking off at night.
So let's see, 2003.
I think if I
never mind,
right.
2003, Oklahoma won 65-13. Good Lord, that was also at 2:30. So when did they switch it to 11? All right, and then in 04, it's at 11, and I think after that it was always at 11. At least it has been since then. So it's basically been 20 years. Because then, the scrotum situation happened, and after that,
The scrotum situation.
You don't want that to happen.
Here was, and remember, that'll be the first Texas Oklahoma game to be an SEC game.
Yes.
The commish, old Greg Sankey, who, if he were the athletic director or some administrator up here, you guys would probably name the coffee guy because it sounds like Sanka, which used to be a coffee brand.
Two hot coffees.
Sanka?
Well, I wouldn't because I didn't know that ever existed.
Yeah, sorry, John.
I call him Mr. Folgers.
Sanka doesn't exist anymore?
We like Dannon.
Well, here was Greg Sankey on talking about early kickoff times.
Okay.
And allowing folks to prepare in advance.
By mid-June, the expectation is right around just over half of our kickoff times will be identified. Key within that will be the early kickoff window, which is generally seen as noon Eastern, but depending on the network, could be between noon and 1 p.m. Eastern. So that's a change. And it depends on network. If you're on ESPN, you'll be at noon. But those early window kickoffs will be announced for the entire season. And there's no flex to those. Am I right so far?
You're doing
good. So if people are planning the weekend in their favorite college town or going to visit with their favorite college team who's the visiting team, they'll be able to begin making those plans in mid-late June.
Do you like that idea?
I mean, it's definitely better for fans, right? Like NFL fans outside of flexing games, you know, for the most part, what time your team is playing. I mean, like we were just going over Nebraska's schedule, and it's a little ridiculous that the USC game is 2:30, 3 o'clock, 6:30, or 10. It's like, okay, so it's literally the entire day. I mean, the downside, of course, is if you lock it in and it turns into a much bigger game and you have no flexibility with it to put it at a better network or window. As someone who would want to watch it on TV, that could be a bummer. But also, I don't need to care about how many viewers it's going to get because I have all of the channels. So, like, why would I care if it's on SEC Network versus ESPN? I guess the announcers.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting that they're able to do that, but the other networks aren't, or the other conferences aren't. Though I guess when you're the Big Ten and you have a relationship with Fox, CBS, and NBC, and those networks get first pick on a
Right.
given
There
week.
is no draft.
Yeah. Whereas ESPN has ESPN, ESPN2, ABC, SEC Network.
Yeah. All SEC games will be on an ESPN family of network.
Yeah.
It will be on either the mothership, ESPN2, ABC, or the SEC Network.
Yeah.
Or ESPNU.
Yeah.
Because they control the whole conference.
The whole shebang.
And so they can, and that's the other thing too, is you wonder now that, these conferences are obviously, business rivals, and the networks that they're affiliated with are business rivals, particularly ESPN and Fox. If there's going to be some shenanigans with counter programming, Fox has done a great job of turning 11 a.m. into big noon kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, ESPN and ABC have kind of just ceded that time and just like, but now that they control an entire conference that has arguably the best football,
mm-hmm.
you wonder, certainly they're not going to sacrifice their primetime games. They like their Saturday night football and they like their 2:30 games, but you wonder if they may try to, counter program at times against some of these big noon kickoff games and try to take back 11 o'clock or
mm-hmm.
noon in their vernacular.
Yeah, it is better for fans, certainly. If I'm planning a trip and I live, you and I, well, you live in Lincoln, I live an hour away. It's pretty easy for me I don't need to know what the time is for a game 3 months away. It's not a big deal for me. But if you are coming from out of state,
or from Western Nebraska,
certainly. I mean, if you live 5-6 hours away in terms of driving and the game is at 11 and you know it now, awesome. You can plan on going on Friday. But if it's one of those 6-day windows or even a 12-day window, you're kind of in flux in the lead up to it. Now, some would just say, I'm going to go in on Friday and I'll deal with it and I'll get the hotel. But, for someone who wants to save a few bucks and not have to get a hotel, now, which again, that can be really, really nice. And we see it with the NFL, right? The NFL, I would love to know, so there are now 272 NFL games. There is flex scheduling and all that. How many games in totality do we know the kickoff times for right now? And how many of those actually stay locked in? Like, it's got to be a very high percentage.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see a Thursday flex last year. We see the occasional Sunday night flex. I think we saw one Monday night flex last year, which was, a new thing. And then, of course, week 18 is totally up in the air. But that's nice. If you are an NFL fan and you are traveling in to watch your favorite team, which if you're going to go watch your team or I'm going to go watch my team, that is going to require going out of state somewhere.
Right.
And so being able to know what time your team is going to play is certainly a positive. Certainly a positive.
Coming up next, the Run and Wrestling Connection. And
oh, baby.
We were talking yesterday with Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy and how a lot of his numbers so far, he kind of thinks this season could be a lot like last season, but there is going to be one very noticeable difference in how the game is played. And there's some intel on how different it may be.
There's spikes in the ball now.
No, but the kickoff could be rather interesting. We'll explain coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistants, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal are coupons valued at $50 on sale for just $25 to the Woodcliff Restaurant at Woodcliff Lake in Fremont. It's perfect for a romantic dinner or to bring the whole family to enjoy a culinary treat for any special occasion. $50 on sale for just $25 to the Woodcliff Restaurant at Woodcliff Lake in Fremont. This week's half-off deal.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They are a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
What's up with all these listeners, John, asking us to do a wrestling segment?
You want to talk to me about running?
Maybe I do, John.
You know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do a minute of running and a minute of wrestling. The Run and Wrestling Connection.
I've already run like so many K today.
This is wrestling. This.
For no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run.
Get off the wrestling mat. Boo!
It is the Run and Wrestling Connection. As promised, a minute of wrestling, a minute of running.
Sometimes
Wrestling.
we do 2 minutes.
And sometimes disc golf.
No.
One-time disc golf.
No.
The King and Queen of the Ring happened last weekend in beautiful Saudi Arabia. Beautiful, non-problematic Saudi Arabia. Gunther became the King of the Ring. He's going to get a title shot at the SummerSlam.
More like Gut Kunst.
Make wrestling American again.
And Nia Jax won the Queen of the Ring, and she's going to get a title shot at SummerSlam. But the next big event will be the Clash at the Castle. It's in Scotland.
Clash at the Castle. Is this Super Mario Brothers?
Yes. They're actually doing it at a castle. And also,
that'd be a fun bit. They should dress like Mario characters.
I think old Becky Lynch is going to be away for a while. She lost her cage match. She lost her title at the
I thought
Queen
she
of the
said
Ring.
something problematic.
Nope.
Which
no.
over there they actually give you awards for.
No.
Scotland does like it.
No. Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia also likes it.
Yeah, she's going to be taking some time off, I think. So there you go. There's your wrestling for the week. You said I was going to like this.
We need to get that TV because some news is coming down.
What kind of news?
The big American story that's going on right now. The big American. You think everyone's watching TV?
The big American story right now.
Yeah, with the soon-to-be president. Anyway, so John, it's an Olympic year. You think I was going to talk about the election? No, it's an Olympic year, John.
Yeah.
Well, did you know that they did the Bowerman Mile in Eugene, Oregon?
The do what?
The mile. The mile. See,
you run a mile.
You run a mile really, really fast. Well, Great Britain's Josh Kerr and where is he from again? Jacob Ingebrigtsen of Norway. They got a rivalry going right now, John. These guys hate each other.
Oh,
They're
boy.
talking trash. Who
They're
is good?
talking
Who's going to win?
trash.
You
Oh.
fixed it, Nick. Good job, Nick.
Had to jimmy some cables.
So anyway, they've been having this rivalry, and Kerr has been catching some verbal spats from Ingebrigtsen.
Boy, I bet this is the worst trash talk ever. I can run faster. I can run faster. I can run faster than you.
All of these names are
insane.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
Insane. Wow, you do sound like your new character, Nick.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inger Briggston, why can't his name just be Tim Smith?
I like Tim Smith. He's a respectable man.
Yeah, well, Norway versus Great Britain. And wouldn't you know it, John?
1776.
Kerr's 3:45.34 established a new world-leading time in the mile and set a new British record. I watched this race on Monday morning on YouTube because I missed it live over the weekend.
You know how they call the Kentucky Derby
Saturday
the fastest, the most exciting 2 minutes in sports?
Yeah.
They call this the most boring 3.5 minutes in
Dude,
sports.
it was incredible.
Oh, I'm sure it
Kerr
was great.
pulling away from him at the end of this thing.
Wow.
John, it was amazing.
If John is calling something a boring 3.5 minutes.
Got him, John. But he also got me because Nick's making fun of running. This was awesome, and it made me so excited for the Olympics. Dude, he held on to win this at the very end. I mean, the whole video is right here on Twitter, John. It's not.
And then
even
afterwards, did he go, nanny, nanny, boo, boo?
No, that's not what he would say. Look at this. This isn't awesome to you. Look at how fast they're going.
You got a bunch of guys following each other.
They're following. They're racing.
That's what they are.
John.
Yeah, that looks like.
Look at him. He's trying to catch him.
Going really
He's trying
fast.
They are, John. You're right.
Do the telemetry like they do in NASCAR, and they can show the speed. 19, 18, 19,
John,
18,
I do
19,
actually.
18.
There is something that I have recently found out about running that I do think is cool. Drafting also works in running.
Oh, it does.
It does.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it work in running, you freak?
Going fast enough to get any freaking dirty air.
You are just the biggest dumbass of all time. Just the biggest absolute moron of all time.
He ain't moving fast enough to create a wake in the wind.
Well, look at this.
It looked like they were jogging.
Michael Sevilla writes, that race was incredibly impressive, man. Running full out for a mile is crazy. Thank you, Michael. Remember when you two were going to race? Bring Michael in and race. I want him to whoop your ass in running.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't prove nothing.
It doesn't prove nothing. It proves he's faster.
That's a
than you.
double negative, John.
It doesn't prove nothing.
Doesn't prove nothing. Yeah, so it proves a lot, is what he actually meant to say.
Whatever.
All right, so there you go. That's the run and wrestling connection for this week.
That was long.
Now going to the world of disc golf.
No, it's not the run, wrestling, and disc golf connection. It is not that, Nick.
So this year, and we told you about this when they first passed it, but a lot of folks are not going to realize this until they watch their first NFL game. And then they're going to be like, what the hell is going on? The kickoff is changing.
It's like when you watch a preseason game and you find out that a wide receiver that you thought was on the Browns is on the Jets. What? He got traded?
But
a very specific example.
Andrew Siciliano was at the Rams OTA earlier this week, and here was one of his observations. He said the new kickoffs are going to look very odd at first.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember, if you go back 2 years ago to the XFL, they did the modified kickoffs where they moved all of the defenders downfield into the receiving team's zone, we'll call it, receiving team's end of the field. The kickoff, the kicker was by himself. And the idea was to shorten the distance where they're running at each other at full speed. But in the NFL, the teams can't move until the ball is touched by the receiving. So Josh is kicking off to me. My blockers and Josh's tacklers can't move
until they catch the
until
ball.
I catch the ball.
Yeah.
And then they can begin. So that's how it's going to work. Plus there's different rules about, the ball has to go a certain distance. If it goes into the end zone, it's like a touchback's out to the 30 now, I think is what it is.
That's right. I forgot about that. That sucks.
It's 5 yards.
No, Nick, it used to be the 20-yard line and then the 25 and then the 30. It's less distance that the offense has to travel.
But going back to Andrew Siciliano's tweet, he said new kickoffs are going to look very odd at first. 32 teams may have 32 different ways of handling. I wouldn't be surprised if there are 5 touchdowns in week 1, nor would I be stunned if there weren't any at all in September. Nobody knows. And
what have we seen in the UFL in terms of touchdowns?
Well, they don't. I don't know if they adopted this in the UFL. Did they?
I thought they did. Do they know?
It was first done in the XFL.
How many touchdowns did we see in the XFL?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they adopted this in the UFL. Yeah, because Florio wrote about it this morning on Pro Football Talk, and he spoke
That's right. The UFL does not do this.
He spoke with Brian Schneider, the 49ers special teams coordinator. And one of the things that it's going to be really difficult, because one of the advantages of the old kickoff, theoretically, was, all right, so you're going to directionally kick off, and you're going to send all of your attackers to that end of the
and
field.
They have many dozens of yards of a head start to run in that direction.
But now the field is going to be spread from sideline to sideline, because you also can't overload one side or the other. People have to be, on their spots, and they have to be spread from sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
So you can't overload one side of the field and then directionally kick to that one side. So that's naturally going to open up more lanes, potential lanes to run in.
But on the other hand, so you're right. So that is a positive for the receiving team, correct?
Yes.
All right. So let me give you a negative for the receiving team. The Music City Miracle would be pretty much unable to happen today, because you wouldn't be able to have the entire kickoff team funnel to Frank Wycheck before he throws the ball back across
Correct.
the field.
So the gimmick returns,
those are gone.
Are probably gone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how, the teams that figure this out. It's a real shame in a way, John, that Belichick's not coaching this year. Remember last year when the Patriots were playing Knicks Dolphins, and they did that weird thing on the field goal and they blocked it because the guy came screaming in. We're all like, wow, why has no one ever done that before? Belichick, because he's a football dork and a special teams guy, first and foremost, I know he'd scheme up something fun and fascinating. And so the teams that have real good special teams coordinators or a head coach that is deep into special teams, those are the ones that are going to find some loopholes. John Harbaugh is a special teams guy. He was a special teams coach before he became the head coach of the Ravens. That's a team to keep an eye on early on in terms of scheming something up. But I think that quote is apt. There could be 5 touchdowns, or could be 0. We have no idea. We're all just kind of guessing.
Here's what Schneider from the 49ers told Florio. He said, I think an easier way to explain it is all the kickoff return teams have the advantage. Every kickoff return team, just from the way the kickoff team is set up, if you think about it, we're on the 40-yard line with the same width we were when we were back at the 35. I'm not very good at math, but those guys are almost eliminated by alignment. Speaking of the guys who are on the, quote, wrong side of the field. If you're kicking the ball one side, those guys that are lined up on the opposite side, they got a long ways to go, and they can't move
until the
ball is caught.
What's the penalty if you move before the ball is caught?
I assume I don't know. Probably.
I wonder if it's a personal foul or if it's just 5 or 10
It's
yards.
probably a 5-yard penalty from or after the spot or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
But we're all going to learn this together.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be really wild. If there's one thing to watch for, and one thing that would really be advantageous to work on in training camp and in preseason games, it's how you're going to do this. That's probably going to be one area where you're not going to want a lot of guys who are probably not going to want to make your roster playing in a preseason game. You're probably going to want to work with the guys you anticipate are going to be your special teams guys. And the thing is, for a lot of teams, they don't necessarily make a lot of those decisions. So even if you work on it in the preseason, some of those guys you have on those kick coverage teams might be the ones that got cut. And so you're having to work on it again with your veterans.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a real, chess match going on with how you prepare for this. And if you can come up with any strategies. Right now, a lot of these guys are looking back at XFL tape to see, what kind of advantages can be gleaned from it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
On both ends, both defending and receiving the kick.
I'm super excited to see what this looks like, and who is able to take advantage and who is not.
It's gonna make things real interesting, and I have a feeling it will make a dramatic impact on special teams this year.
I do too. I think I am definitely more towards the 5 touchdowns than I am 0 touchdowns.
Right. But this is something that even after teams kind of get a grasp of how it works, and I'm sure somebody out there is going to be that first big innovator and is going to come up with something that nobody thought of, and it's going to be copied right away.
Yeah.
But it's going to take a while for everyone to adjust. It could be one of those things where it's going to change the dynamic all season long.
Text from the 402. John is just a running hater. I heard those guys got up to 9 miles per hour, blistering speed. They were running way faster than 9 miles. No, I can run 9 miles an hour.
Do they do that? Do they have like the telemetry?
They
like
did.
do
They
in
showed that they were
NASCAR?
running 27 kilometers an hour.
Ooh,
that's fast.
27.
They should convert that to American.
Well, 27 kilometers is about 17, 18 miles an hour.
How did you know that conversion?
I don't know.
Are you one of them?
I don't know.
It's never mind, 16.7. That's fast. Can you
What?
imagine running
That-
16.7 on the treadmill? Can you run?
Man, all those, I drive
You're a
through
jerk.
I drive through the Dundee neighborhood all the time, and all the neighbors out there like to remind the people who are driving, hey, slow down, kids playing. They have the 25 mile an hour thing. They would love to have these runners come through. There's no chance of their kid getting run over by these guys.
Nah.
They're going 10 under the speed limit.
You're such a monster. We're going to watch the Olympics together this summer. It's going to be great.
Speak for yourself. I'm going to be watching baseball.
Baseball during the Olympics?
America's pastime.
Don't you want to support America?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing that by supporting the national pastime.
Interesting.
Baseball. Evan Bland still to come, but coming up next, Nebraska's fallen out of a top 25 and could walk-on stand in the way of a Super League.
Plus F1 and the SEC handshake meme.
Wow.
Speaking of driving.
That's like, those are two things I never thought would come together.
Just wait until you find out why, John. Just wait until you find out why.
That Daniel Rickardo, I like him. He's a good driver.
Nick, any thoughts?
Daniel Rickadu's pretty good. He likes Dale Earnhardt. Raise hell, praise Dale.
1620 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to slow you down this afternoon, but we are getting reports of delays across the metro. Slow going on southbound 680 between Dodge and I-80. Same goes on northbound 680 between I-80 and Center. We've got delays on eastbound I-80 from Giles to about 72nd. Slow going on westbound I-80 from 680 to Q Street. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays go from 150th to about 132nd. And if you're west on Dodge, delays go from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Lotto America from the Nebraska Lottery is here. It only costs $1 to play, features a starting jackpot of $2 million, and has drawings Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Play today. Lotto America top prize odds, 1 in 26 million.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Hey, Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late for you to get in on the action with FanDuel, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Yeah, that's right. $150 to use on things like same game parlays or live in-game bets, championship futures like betting the Denver Nuggets to win the NBA Finals or Josh's Boston Celtics to win the NBA Finals, and of course, individual game odds, player props, and so much more. Plenty of time and places for you to get in on the action with, of course, the FanDuel Sportsbook. And I'll remind you, there's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Happer and get yourself started. Do it now. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Our experienced agents blend local expertise with cutting-edge technology to provide top-notch personalized service to all clients. Don't settle for less when you can save big without compromising. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today. Modern Real Estate, redefining the way you do real estate.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
All right. The verdict is in, John. The verdict is in.
Whoa.
Formula One and the SEC are handshake memeing. Are you ready for this?
Well, usually there's not much passing in a Georgia game either. When I say passing, I mean lead changes.
Nice.
Usually Georgia gets ahead and they just pull away.
But according to Seth Emerson, friend of the Grum, I think.
Yes.
And Andrew Marchand, not friend of the Grum, but I'd love to have him on sometime. Netflix and the SEC are closing in on a deal for a Drive to Survive style football series. Wow, Nick is out on this.
Well, I mean, they did this with golf too. It's Drive to Survive is fine. It kind of sucks. The golf one is fine, kind of sucks. It's just going to be more of the fine, kind of sucks.
Speaking of shows that kind of suck, NFL and NFL Films have selected the Chicago Bears to serve as this year's team on Hard Knocks, according to Adam Schefter.
How come they're picking weird teams to start doing these behind-the-scenes documentary stuff about?
They have to. So if you have made the playoffs last year or you have a new head coach, you are exempt from the list. So it is usually teams like they're the pick because they do not have a new coach and they didn't make the playoffs, but they have Caleb Williams. So kind of like last year it was the Jets because they did not have a new coach. They didn't make the playoffs and they had Aaron Rodgers.
The Dolphins one was fun for a bit.
We never talked about how the Giants are getting an off-season Hard Knocks, which is very weird, and I will not be watching.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
They're doing one about OTAs. We've jumped the shark.
Oh, we jumped the shark so long
These
ago.
places-
I don't watch any of these anymore. I mean, even NASCAR did a F1 type deal on Netflix. I watched one episode. I was like,
These places are really good about giving us products that people like and then killing those products.
Oh, sure.
By making people not like them anymore.
But the problem is, this is the two things that people in this country still watch regularly, and it is water cooler conversation. Sports and reality shows.
It's true.
Typically, the guys like the sports and the women like the reality shows. And yes, there's a few that cross over, obviously, on it both. But seriously, that's why these are happening.
Yeah.
And
I used to like it. I used to watch Hard Knocks every year.
I loved Hard Knocks, but you know what? It was the only one of its kind. And it was a nice way to get ramped up for football season.
Bingo.
But now everyone's doing their own thing.
They are, yeah. I mean, like, I've
all the social media accounts, Nebraska did their thing. Other schools are doing theirs. And it's like, I don't have time for this and I don't care anymore.
I've said this before. Like, I wish that like the Chasing 3 type series or the If We Die, We Die thing, like, I wish that stuff was happening when I was younger or in college, you know, which was also when I was younger. And like really wanting to eat up as much of that behind the scenes stuff as I could. Because I'm like you. I'm not interested in it as much as I was back then.
I don't know if that stuff would have happened back then.
It didn't. And that's what stinks. But if like you're a 14-year-old kid who loves Nebraska football now or any of these teams, like there's so much for you to get into. Yeah. But you know what? I think also, John, the teams have gotten so self-aware. Like there was something really unique about like the most famous Hard Knocks is the Jets one with Rex Ryan as their coach.
Yeah.
Because he went on this rant and then let's go eat a GD snack. And it was like, this is hilarious. And then they just became very self-aware and,
And now teams just absolutely don't want to do it.
Correct.
Because they don't want to deal with the hassles. They don't want to have someone sitting in saying, nope, we don't want that in. We don't want that in. That's giving away too many things. No, we don't want that in. And it's become a hassle. And I guarantee you that the producers of these types of shows are having to jump through more hoops than they ever have.
Yeah.
Because teams are more and more saying, no, you can't do that. Nope, we don't want you in there. We don't want you doing this. And it's it just becomes a push and a pull. And that's more resources that you have to dedicate to. All right, make sure you're watching the HBO guys and they're not getting, too much stuff. Now, I get it, especially in the NFL. They're used to having the cameras around all the time.
True.
But this is a little bit different in that, it's more behind the scenes than usual.
Sure.
How do you feel about the one they're doing? Because they're following the Red Sox right now in the MLB. Yeah, they're following the Red, because it was going to be a more broad behind the scenes baseball thing, and then they just decided to focus on the Red Sox. Or how do you feel about that from a baseball standpoint?
I don't
Same
watch
thing?
any of these. I just don't care anymore.
I will say I did get into the
once the curtain got pulled back, you just kind of
The magic kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
The myth.
It's done.
I will say that I enjoyed watching the quarterback series. I watched it last summer and I really, really enjoyed it. I thought that following them, as deep as they went, because like it had games, like that was what was interesting about that show. Unlike Hard Knocks is a lot of practice and there are preseason games, but like it was interesting watching Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, taking his team to a Super Bowl. It was interesting watching Kirk Cousins and how he reacted to losing in the first round of the playoffs. Marcus Mariota ditched his team. That was weird. I think I'll watch the quarterback series again because I found it very interesting.
The quarterback series, I couldn't finish it because it was after Kirk Cousins got hurt that I started watching. So then it just made me sad.
And obviously he gained a lot of goodwill with people for how just fun and unique he was.
Our friend of the Grum, Max Olson of The Athletic, did his re-rank. He has gone back through the years and has re-ranked recruiting classes based on how they ended up doing for their particular schools.
Yeah.
And we have now reached the time where the 2020 class gets re-ranked. And you might recall that using the 24/7 Sports Composite, the 2020 class, recruited by #Scafra, was the 20th rated class in the country. Well, in the re-rank, in the words of Hawk Harrelson, he gone.
Yeah.
Nebraska dropped out.
Dropped out of the top 35, in fact.
Yes. 35, yeah. And the scoring system is pretty simple. 5 points for an All-American, top 50 draft pick, 4 points for a multi-year starter, all conference, 3 for a one-year starter or key backup, 2 if you were a career backup, and if you made no contribution or very, very little contribution, you got a 0. My guess is Nebraska got a lot of zeros. Do you have that class in front of you?
The 2020 class?
Yeah, the Nebraska 2020 class. While you're dialing that up, I'll tell you that the re-rank had Georgia 1st, Alabama 2nd, Michigan 3rd, Ohio State 4th, Missouri 5th. Missouri was the 51st ranked class.
Is that the one that had the 5-star receiver? Is that one?
That's the top signees in that class were Brady Cook, the quarterback, Ennis Rakestraw, the defensive back.
Wow.
But
that's crazy.
Yeah, that class was 51st, and they got re-ranked 5th. Iowa, who had the 34th rated class, got re-ranked 6th.
Wow.
That would be Torrey Taylor, punter. Lucas Van Ness, Jay Higgins were some of the bigger signings in that class.
You wanted me to
yeah, real quick. Running out the top 10. Clemson 7, TCU 8, Texas 9, LSU 10.
That's crazy that Clemson is that high up, even though that is kind of the beginning of the end. 2020 is the last great season for them where they made the playoff.
Also, coming in at number 11, Tulane, who was the 70th rated class. So who was in the 2020 class?
Nebraska,
which did not make the top 35.
So this is in order of
star rating.
Yeah, though oddly, it actually begins with the punter from Australia, Daniel Cherney. Cherney? What was it again? Cherney?
Yeah.
All right. The top ranked player in that class was Corkboard, Turner Corcoran, a 4-star out of Lawrence, Kansas. Remember the name Keyshawn Green?
Mm-hmm.
He was in that class. Was he the guy? Didn't he leave like right away? Was he one of those guys? I can't remember.
Yeah, there's so many.
Marcus Fleming, wide receiver out of Florida.
Yeah, it didn't go very long.
Xavier Betts, wide receiver out of Bellevue. Nadab Joseph, a cornerback out of a community college in Kansas. Alante Brown, he ended up transferring away. Sevion Morrison, remember that name, John?
Yes.
Blaze Gunnerson. Omar Manning. Remember that name, John?
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Francois. I believe he was a player that left essentially immediately, if I remember right. Logan Smothers, quarterback. Henry Gray, a corner out of Florida. See, this was the class that had all those Florida guys that just left super, super fast. Nash Hutmaker. So is that like the first one that I just named that's like kind of had a good impact?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Turner Corcoran's a starter. Jordan Riley. Phildarius Payne, Will Nixon, Marvin Scott III, Alex Kahn, RJ Delancey, Marquise Black, Nico Cooper, Isaac Gifford, Malga Clements, Jamari Butler, Devin Drew, and Taman Lynham. Wow, that is a very forgettable class. Very forgettable. And that was ranked in the top 20 at the
That
time.
was a 20th rated class.
Mm.
And now it's nothing. But yes, the verdict is in.
Oh?
Georgia.
Oh.
Re-ranked number 1, not surprising.
They're a great program, right, John? They win.
Of course, they were also the number 1 ranked
Dogs.
class overall.
They win national championships.
It's nice to achieve at exactly the level you were expected to.
Chance writes, Fleming transferred midseason after a decent game, IIRC.
That means if I recall correctly.
It does indeed. It does indeed.
Here are some of the other non-power schools that made the re-rank. Western Kentucky, 15th. Cincinnati, now at that time, they were not Big 12. 16th. And how about Kansas? Kansas had the 56th rated class. This was the Jalen Daniels class, re-ranked 25th by Max Olson.
That's crazy because you know what's even more impressive about that is that they had not changed coaches yet.
Right.
Because that didn't happen until 2021. And that was after the 2021 class was signed when all of that stuff happened. Wow. That is some damn good coaching. Damn good coaching.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. In many ways, this is kind of taking our hits, misses, and guys and putting it on steroids. It's got a honest scouting system or scoring system. So this isn't Mac's opinion. He's got a scoring system.
Yes.
It's based on what you actually achieved as a player.
And that, when we did hits, misses, and guys, it was kind of like that. It was a little to be a hit for us. You had to be a all conference caliber is how we described it. To be a miss. See, the definition of miss has really changed over the years because early on it was if you transferred away, you're a miss. Well, now you could be at a school for 3 years and become an all conference player, but then you could go somewhere else at the very end. And it's like, I'm not really going to define you as a miss.
Yeah. So it's hopefully Nebraska will no longer find itself. And that was our conclusion from the very beginning is, all these classes ranking great, but there's so many misses, so much attrition, so many guys who didn't do anything, not just underachieved or didn't achieve at the level of you would expect a 4-star to do, but just not do anything. and be gone in a year or two.
Yeah.
And that's where Nebraska got hurt the most. So we'll see. But I trust that these rankings might be a little bit better in the coming years. You hope they are.
Well, yeah. What I'm going to be the most fascinated by is how high is the recruiting class ranked, and then what is the developmental class ranked. And it's so funny. We were talking about this with Sipple on Tuesday, and I was thinking about it on my drive in today, and how, because he compared him to Bill Callahan earlier this week in terms of how he recruits and how he is organized and how he operates. And I was thinking of like the healthy place that we find ourselves in right now in terms of the recruiting discourse. I feel like it's never been healthier. In my time, and I would say in the internet recruiting era, because I can't really speak before Callahan got to Nebraska. But I would say, and you and I used to joke about it, it would go from one side to the other. You have to be a great recruiter. No, it's all about development. No, you have to be a great recruiter. No, it's all about development. And right now, it seems like we all find ourselves in this spot, again, healthy.
Yeah.
And part of it is we just want to see Nebraska become a good program again. It's not about taking that final step. And it's, can you develop? Can you bring in players that you like and develop them? And, can you set a culture and all those fancy buzzwords? But I find that the era of Husker football right now fairly unique in that it just seems so different compared to what it had been like for so long.
Well, coming up next, Shiloh Sanders has already been found guilty of something.
What? A guilty verdict on Shiloh, you say?
And is Coach Prime guilty of tampering?
Nasty.
We have a double dose, a double dump of unsportsmanlike conduct poops on Prime.
Let's do it.
Before we get to Evan Bland of...
Oh, I'm sure he's pumped for that lead in. First we're pooping, then we're talking to Evan.
1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy Thursday afternoon with a high today of 78 and southeasterly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Spotty to scattered showers and thunderstorms here this afternoon and tonight, a few of which may contain large hail, strong wind gusts, and isolated flash flooding also possible. A low tonight of 60. Scattered thunder showers for your Friday, a high tomorrow of 73. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to slow you down this afternoon, but we are getting reports of delays across the metro. Slow going on southbound 680 between Dodge and I-80. Same goes on northbound 680 between I-80 and Center. We've got delays on eastbound I-80 from Giles to about 72nd. Slow going on westbound I-80 from 680 to Q Street. And then if you're east on Dodge, delays go from 150th to about 132nd. And if you're west on Dodge, delays go from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant. Not your typical place. Romeo's. Not your typical restaurant. For your not your typical taste. Romeo's. Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza. Not your typical restaurant.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group. Visit us in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo, or shop at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton, Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Emotional tug.
The 1620. The Zone.
It's the legal action that has been gripping the country. Have you been following the story of Shiloh Sanders? Oh, that reminds me.
Oh, yeah.
We should be playing our open.
We should be playing our open.
Because it's time to...
Now give me my theme music.
For the second straight year, Deion Sanders is making a massive overhaul at Colorado. And we don't give a shit.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Unsportsmanlike conduct now. Poops on Prime.
I always forget about how much pooping there is in this open.
I can't believe you're fine with this open.
This is a double dump of pooping on Prime.
There's no way that this open has less farting than Swiss Army Man.
You would be wrong. Shiloh Sanders was found in a $12 million judgment against him by a former Texas high school security guard. When Shiloh was just a spry young Shiloh in high school.
Spry boy.
He assaulted this security guard and left him with some serious medical damage to his spine and permanent neurological issues. This security guard sued the Sanders family and was given a $12 million judgment. Well, as it turns out, he has been trying to collect on this money and has been unsuccessful in doing so because Shiloh Sanders filed for bankruptcy last October. And this case, and it's been a lot of different sources I'm reading from The Athletic, but this apparently happened in 2015 when Sanders was a student at the AAA Academy, which is where Deion Sanders started his coaching career.
What would he have been at that point? Like a freshman?
At 15.
I mean, that's 9 years ago now.
Probably a sophomore or freshman or sophomore. And essentially, there's conflict as to who's responsible for what. I'm not going to get into all the details of that. But essentially, Shiloh Sanders didn't show up for the hearing, didn't show up for the court.
Got to go to court when you're called to it.
And he, his attorneys fired him because he couldn't pay them anymore.
Yeah.
When Coach Prime was disposed in the case.
Chance says back when Shiloh was just a beagle.
When Coach Prime was deposed in the case, a video deposition, he got so frustrated by the questions, he just got up and walked out.
Mm-hmm.
Just got up and walked out. And so the argument now is, how does this security guard collect when Shiloh has filed for bankruptcy? And Shiloh Sanders, you might remember him from such hits as, oh, me and my brother, we skipped a Colorado team meeting so we could fly to Paris and be in a Louis Vuitton photo shoot.
Oui, oui.
So Shiloh Sanders, let's see where he is claiming. I'm trying to see. He revealed that he had a gross income of $193,713 last year, while netting $216,000 the year before at Jackson State. It showed his liabilities, mainly the court judgment, which was $11.3 million. His claimed assets are a 2023 Mercedes valued at $76,000 and necklaces valued at $75,000 that were later removed as assets. Court filings say that the security guard has alleged that Sanders is worth more than the reported $320,000 on his bankruptcy filing. He believes that Sanders transferred the money into one of his 2 LLCs, basically a way to protect his assets from seizure.
Yeah.
And so now the race is on to try to find some kind of payment from Shiloh Sanders, but it's also calling into question, how much is he actually making from NIL? Because obviously he's making some money. It's showing up in his receipts. So
where is this thing going?
Good question. Really good question.
Because you asked earlier, have I been following this? And I've read some of the stuff, but I'm very curious as to what the end game of this entire situation.
I mean, it's going to be like anything else. You're going to be, he's going to declare bankruptcy. He's going to, that what will be really interesting is if Shiloh Sanders does end up in the NFL and starts making real money.
Yeah, what that looks like.
Because, this was a judgment against him.
Mm-hmm.
And unless the Sanders family appeals, and they put up virtually no defense. I mean, Shiloh didn't even bother to show up for the hearings in Texas. And of course, by the time this case happened, they had moved out of Texas. Shiloh claims that, I never got a notification, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, seriously.
But it got so bad. I mean, he basically got fired by his attorneys because he wasn't going to pay his attorneys. So the attorney said, yeah, we're done with this. That shows you how seriously they took these cases. And of course, the Sanders family is accusing that this guy's nothing but a grifter. He's just out for the money. But he won a hearing.
Yeah.
He won a judgment in court worth over $11 million.
And you said it was Prime that walked out of the...
Yeah, when Prime was deposed as part of this hearing, it was a video deposition. He got frustrated by the line of questioning and just got up and walked out.
Mm-hmm.
Just left. Because they basically treated this like it was a joke. Well, then now the joke's on them. But we're going to find out more. I'm sure, again, whatever money he earns, they're going to either try to hide it, but good luck with all that.
Greg asks, so he says, listening now, how old was Shiloh when this initially
15.
happened? He was 15 years old.
15.
Yeah.
And there's actually a dispute. So apparently it happened in a courtyard, and the security guard alleges that Coach Prime told him, hey, I want you to make sure my kid's not spending all his time on his phone. And that's why he was trying to take his phone away. And Shiloh was claiming that he was being abusive with him over something. He was being too rough with him.
So it sounds to me like Prime started a problem. Reaping and sowing and all that.
Who knows? Who knows?
To turn it to the game for just a moment, or rather the season, how does this affect them if it does?
Well, he's going to play.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, this is not a legal this is not a it's not a criminal case where he could be sent to jail.
But I'm talking about How does it affect you mentally, to go? And I mean, thankfully for them, it's May 30th, right?
Honestly, I mean, this has been something that's been weighing on them for the last 8 years.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and they have decided, the Sanderses have treated it like it's a non-issue, it's a joke. So they've just, I don't think it's affected them one bit. If anything, it's just keeping their accountants and their money handlers busy trying to hide all the assets.
Yeah, if that's how you're reacting, in a hearing or whatever.
The other part, we told you
odd.
it's a double dump on Poops on Prime.
Yeah.
Nasty.
A coach from Colorado State Pueblo, Philip Vigil, tweeted out yesterday screenshots of a text message exchange to which he said, hey, and then he tags NCAA, Big 12 Conference, Colorado Buffs football, and this Colorado assistant coach. Is this considering tampering, or is Colorado able to recruit our current players like this? And it's a screenshot from a player's phone, one of this coach's players' kids at Colorado State Pueblo, getting a text from Coach Devin Respris, who's one of Prime's assistants. And it starts, hey, man, this is Coach Respris, the assistant director of player personnel at Colorado. Me and my team wanted to check on your availability. Are you a full commit to CSU Pueblo? To which the player responds, yes. Okay, do you have any interest in a commitment flip? To which the player responds, I'll have to talk with my family and my coaches if that's okay with you. Is there a specific time frame I need to get back to you? To which the Colorado assistant, Respris, writes, okay, seems like a commitment flip will not be possible until next transfer portal opens, so we'll be in contact with you throughout the season, and we'll hopefully be able to make this happen next offseason. Great player on the field, and I'm sure even a better person off the field. Have a great season. We'll stay in contact.
Yeah, so then he shared it with his coach,
who
then shared that on Twitter.
Yep.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Not great, man. Which, we're not surprised by any of this because I think a lot of coaches tamper.
I mean, sure, this segment's called Poops on Prime, but I mean, this is happening in a lot of places.
Yeah, it's just more like, wow.
But how about not even knowing, oh, wait, seems like a commitment flip isn't possible until the portal opens. Like you're the director of player personnel. You don't know when the windows are open.
Yeah, seriously.
So you reach out to a young man and then you go, oh, wait, no, we got to wait until later.
Yeah. Odd.
All right, coming up, we're going to go down to Stillwater.
Is it raining down there too right now?
Well, it's not raining right now in Oklahoma City because we're watching the Women's College World Series, and Oklahoma's leading 4-1 in the fourth. So I would assume it's not raining in Stillwater. They were practicing today.
Good.
We'll get the latest from Husker Baseball with Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald next on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We have another NBA playoff game coming up tonight. Just a few hours away from right now. Minnesota, home favorites in Game 5, trying to force a Game 6 and trying to be the first team ever to come back from down 3-0 in the NBA playoffs. And right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. John, maybe you like the T-Wolves to pull it off tonight, or you like the Mavs to punch their first ticket to the NBA Finals since 2011. Perhaps a prop bet. Maybe it's a rebound prop, an assist prop, or, of course, the points with guys like Luka and Anthony Edwards. Whatever you do, just go to FanDuel.com/1620.
So do it now. $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It doesn't matter what you win on. You take a $5 bet and turn it into a winner. You're going to get $150 in bonus bets right now with FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/1620 to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Experience personalized service and exceptional deals at Woodhouse Lincoln. With cutting-edge technology and incredible design, Woodhouse Lincoln is the place to find your next luxury vehicle. Going on now. Receive 2.9% APR for 72 months on the 2024 Lincoln Navigator. Or save up to $2,000 off MSRP with retail customer cash on the 2024 Lincoln Navigator. With approved credit, $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires July 8, 2024. See dealer for details.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
I'll do the Caesar salad.
And for you, sir?
I'd like to buy a vowel.
Excuse me?
Sorry. He's just excited about the Nebraska Lottery's Wheel of Fortune promotion.
Is there a W?
Snap out of it.
Oh, sorry, Vanna.
Hannah?
Right. I'd like to solve the puzzle.
He'll have the Caesar salad, too.
Enter any non-winning $5 Wheel of Fortune scratch ticket online for a chance to win a trip to Los Angeles, tickets to a Wheel of Fortune taping, and at least $2,000. Wheel of Fortune top prize odds, 1 in 112,000.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Going fishing? I thought so. For proper catch and release fishing this season to ensure fish survival, I want you to remember these important things. Land the fish as quickly as possible. Handle the fish as little as possible. Keep the fish in the water as much as possible. And release the fish as fast as possible. Enjoy your fishing experience. I'm Greg Wagner.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. 1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, 24 hours from now, we will be hopefully in the latter third of Nebraska's first round game in the NCAA regionals against Florida. I say hopefully because, well, there's a chance of rain tomorrow.
Not great.
In Stillwater. But if they played right now, I think they could get it in. But they're not playing right now.
Move the game up. They should have done it with Akron. They should do it with this game.
Well, I don't think they can.
Oh, okay.
That would be kind of late notice. But Evan Bland is on the ground, on the scene, and covering Nebraska baseball for Omaha World Herald, HuskerExtra.com. Evan, good afternoon. Is it raining where you are?
Hey, guys. No rain, no Butch Hug sightings anywhere to play a game or anything like that. Today would be a great day for some baseball. A little soggy, maybe, but we'll see how it goes tomorrow. I don't know what the outlook is necessarily, but the field's really nice, and I think everyone's motivated to play some ball.
Today was practice day. Also, meet with the media day. Any newsworthy notes from anything this afternoon?
Well, Nebraska didn't get to play or practice on the actual field because it was lightning and storming at the time. So They did a little bit of light work on like this adjacent field, which was also really nice. They did some work in the batting cages, but like their actual first time they're going to get on the field that they're going to play a regional game on is when they're warming up like an hour and a half beforehand. So they didn't seem to think it was a big deal. They mentioned that, they took BP inside at Schwab Field all week last week. They didn't get a warm up out there, before they played any of their games either. So it feels like there's not a lot phasing this team right now. I thought maybe the more interesting stuff kind of came from Florida's availability, actually. I mean, their players are acutely aware of the fact that Brett Sears throws strikes. And so the guys they had in there, including Jack Caglianone, were like, yeah, we're expecting to be swinging the bats here. So, they know what that's all about. And then you had Kevin O'Sullivan, the head coach, talking a little bit about his memories of Nebraska when he was a Clemson assistant in 2002, and Shane Comine was on the mound at Rosenblatt at the CWS. So we had a little bit of reminiscing, a little bit of gamesmanship, and I think both teams are ready to roll tomorrow.
Evan, looking back at the Big Ten tournament, Nebraska begins the tournament with a 15-2 loss to Ohio State. They get run ruled, and then they get to dogpile at that ballpark for the first time ever. Biggest reason that they were able to turn that around. And these few days later, I wonder how surprised that you are that they were able to get that done.
Well, the starting pitching to me was the reason that they were contenders to win the tournament in the first place. And you kind of knew after they lost that Tuesday game that they were in good shape with Brett Sears and Mason McConaughey. And then it was kind of like, all right, well, what's it going to look like now? And you had Will Walsh go complete game shutout. You had Drew Christo give him 5 quality innings, and then you had Jackson Brockett in the title game go 8. So that was a huge turning point for this team. And then I think, the offense has been hit and miss this year in a lot of ways. One thing it's been consistently good at is setting the table, getting on base, stealing bags, whatever it might be, but it's had a hard time getting that clutch hit. And so the emergence of Gabe Swanson had a double impact where, yeah, he was already a talented player in his own right, and he would improve anybody's offense with what he was doing, but especially Nebraska, which really just needed somebody to drive in those runs, got that from Swanson all week. So I think the outlook of this team changed a lot in a week. Where the winning the Big Ten tournament probably didn't change Nebraska's seeding all that much in the NCAAs, but what it does is remind you, hey, they can go 4 or 5 deep with starting pitching, and their offense does have another dimension that maybe it didn't show during the regular season. So, the ultimate question is, how does that carry over to this week? How does that translate against an SEC and potentially a Big 12 staff? We're about to find out, but they're feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
Evan, I don't mean to make this just a big picture discussion the entire time, but I am curious, and I know you guys talked about it a little bit on the pod this week, just getting this done and being able to win a conference tournament, since they had not done so since the Big 12 days. Can we overstate what this means for whether it's the program or perhaps even this particular team at this moment in time?
That was huge. And it's so interesting because, again, they were already in the NCAA tournament. If they had gone 0-2, they probably would have had a somewhat decent draw as a 2 seed somewhere. But the value is on multiple levels. It's on the level of the players, where, again, kind of like we just talked about, they have this newfound confidence in what they can do. I think on a bigger level, though, it meant a lot for the program, where you look at the history of Nebraska baseball in the Big Ten, all their biggest successes have been on the road. They played road regionals. They've won regular season titles in kind of random road venues. And there just haven't been a lot of chances for the fans to kind of wrap their arms around this team. The 21 team, which was a really fun team, came in a COVID year, and even that was kind of limited. And so to have this chance to have this 5-day love fest between the local team and the fans, and to have it end in a dog pile where players are high-fiving fans, sort of reminiscent of Buck Belzer back in the day, and signing autographs, and nobody wanted to leave. That's the kind of stuff that makes core memories for that next generation, the way that it did for people, kids and fans in the 2000s when they were hosting regionals and that sort of thing. So you look ahead at what this program still wants to do this year and beyond. It wants to add on to Haymarket and add some player development components. A week like this really helps in that regard. It inspires people. I think it kind of tickles the imagination as to what this program can still do. And, maybe this weekend sort of adds to that story as well. But I think just having that interaction between fan and team all week is something that's going to benefit the group this weekend, but I think years into the future too.
Evan Bland following the Huskers down in Stillwater for Omaha.com, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 42 Degrees, the Source Hotline. And we've been able to figure out why either it took Gabe Swanson this long to get going, or what it was that was changed from now versus where he was pretty much the entire season. I mean, there were games where they just didn't even have him in the lineup because he was a liability.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real in-season bounce-back story. Like, you think back to last year, and everyone remembers Bryce Matthews and Max Anderson and what they did. Kind of lost in that was Gabe Swanson hit 18 home runs. He was a second-team All-Big Ten player. He was a key piece of that offense, and he was kind of the guy going into this year that you would point to and say, okay, this is where it starts with that lineup. And he, had a slow opening weekend, and then Nebraska had some other outfielders step up, and he just kind of went to the bench, and you didn't hear from him again. And to hear him kind of talk about it the last couple of weeks, he would say that he put a lot of pressure on himself to find those numbers, to be that guy. And I think he just kind of reached a point sometime in maybe early May where he's just like, whatever, like I can't control it anymore. Sort of like Jackson Brockett when he had that, I guess, rock bottom moment when he didn't make the travel roster and bounce back. I think Swanson had sort of a similar sequence where he kind of bottomed out. He had a few chances, hit a home run in an inter-squad scrimmage, made some contact late in the regular season, and then boom. I mean, he came on like gangbusters in the Big Ten tournament. So really cool story. A guy who arrived at Nebraska as a walk-on a few years ago, and again, hit a lot of adversity and has come back at just the right time to not just realize his own abilities, but to really fill a role and a piece that had been missing in this offense.
Evan, looking at their opponent in game one, hopefully tomorrow, weather pending, obviously, what stands out to you with this Florida Gators squad? I imagine a lot of us are kind of asking that question of like, do they have an average record because they're an average team or because they played in the SEC?
Yeah, it's, this isn't your 1 year older brother's Florida team from last year. It's not quite that group. Like, everyone knows Jack Caglianone, and he's going to be a high first-round draft pick here in a few weeks. But really, the strength is the power in the lineup. They're a top 10 home run hitting school. I think 116 home runs this year. But it's kind of an all-or-nothing group. I mean, outside of Caglianone, no lineup regulars hitting north of 270. They don't take they don't take a ton of bases. They don't do a lot of sacrificing. So it's sort of a major league 3 outcomes sort of attack. And then the pitching, they're going to start a true freshman in Liam Peterson, a guy who's had a few good starts late, was a former top 50 prospect nationally. But he's got an ERA north of 5. So, they have had their issues this year, but like to your point, Josh, I do think it's a fascinating club to sort of handicap because all these numbers are against the top strength of schedule in the country in an SEC that has 11 NCAA qualifiers. And so, how does that play against Big Ten school? How does that play in a regional, when you're not facing other SEC schools? So I do think they're better certainly than maybe their numbers would suggest, but it does seem like this team sort of is what it is. I think the key is going to be for the Gators, if they can get some length out of their starter, if he can go 5 or 6, they feel like they have a couple high-end bullpen arms. But if he's going 4 or maybe 5, and they have to fill the middle of the game somewhere, I think that's where Nebraska wants to be. And that's probably going to be one of the telltale signs with how that game's going tomorrow.
Evan Bland down in Stillwater for the Omaha World Herald joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. This ballpark, O'Brate Stadium, is a launching pad. 66 home runs hit in the last 2 NCAA regionals the last 2 years combined. Is that good or bad for Nebraska to have a ballpark that seems to play this small?
I don't think it's good. I think good is what we just saw at Schwab Field, where it's a little, more spacious. The wind isn't maybe as much of a factor, and you can let the pitching kind of do what it does, and then the offense can generate runs in a number of different ways. I don't know that Nebraska wants to get into a slugfest with Florida. That's not its strength, and it can hit some long balls, as we've seen with Karen and Swanson and some others, but I don't know that that's what you want to get caught up in. So if it's a 5-2 type of game, I think you feel pretty great about Nebraska's chances. If it's a 15-10 game, that's probably not where you want to be, especially with Brett Sears on the mound. So, it's going to be on him to keep the ball in the park. He said today at availability, like, hey, he's cool if Florida tags him for a solo shot or two, like, so be it. but he's not going to walk the guys in front of him. So I think he's going to challenge hitters quite a bit. I think Nebraska's comfortable with this idea that maybe they do hit a couple round trippers against him. The key is just going to be kind of limiting those other guys and making sure that those solo shots aren't bigger damages with 2 or 3 run homers.
Evan, beyond the obvious names, who most needs to step up this weekend?
I'm going to go with the bullpen for Nebraska. I think as good as their starting pitching has been, you probably realistically can't count on all your starters to go 7 or 8 like it seemed like they did last week in Omaha, and that kind of covered up some of the struggles that the bullpens had late in the year. So, I think if a guy like Jalen Worthley has a really good outing, that's exactly what Nebraska needs to cover an inning or two in the 8th or the 9th. Casey Dice has been up and down, and if he's feeling it like that in a short-term high leverage spot, I think that's really important. Kyle Perry, I think it's a number of those kind of guys that you expect to go maybe an inning to bridge the gap late in the game. I think they feel pretty good about their long relief options with Drew Christo or Brockett or maybe Caleb Clark. It's just, if you're in the 8th inning and you need 4 outs, who do you turn to? So I think Worthley's shown that he can be that guy. But obviously we've seen the bullpen, when it has been outside the circle of trust as well. So I'll go with Worthley, but I think there are a few guys out there that they'd love to see, obviously post a 0 late.
Right now, getting the update from the National Weather Service, showers likely before 10 a.m., then a chance after 10 a.m., mostly cloudy, 78. And then the rain diminishes heading into Friday night. So it may not be as bad. We might get off to a little bit later of a start, but I think they'll get the games in tomorrow. Put it on the list. They'll get the games in tomorrow.
Put that on the list?
No, you don't have to put those on.
All right, good.
I also say that to bring good tidings because I know Evan Bland does not want to be sitting through a lot of rain.
No,
There's
he
only
does
so
not.
The chili cheese fries at Eskimo Joe's only go so far.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm saying.
I've had like 3 people tell me to try those today. I think you're the 4th person to tell me the cheese fries at Eskimo Joe's. I'm gonna have to hit that up.
Yeah, chili cheese fries, Eskimo Joe's. Eskimo Joe's is like the hangout there, and it's right there off campus.
Nice.
Really kind of a cool place too. Used to see a lot of Eskimo Joe shirts back in the old Big 8 days.
Oh,
Because
yeah?
people would go down to Stillwater and go to Eskimo Joe's. But
Not anymore.
not anymore, but maybe we'll bring that back.
Mhm.
Evan, have a great journey down there and enjoy. Bring us back some wins.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Evan.
Evan Bland joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
Be an interesting next few days. Didn't get a chance to ask him the question that I've had on my mind, and I don't know, maybe you and I can discuss it.
Is it about? Is your question related to
The baseball?
the news? Oh,
The baseball, Nick. What makes this weekend successful? And this kind of goes back. It's an offshoot of your poll question from a few weeks ago of like, what makes the season successful? Because I'm still a little surprised that more than winning the conference tournament, people voted make it to Monday. Push the team to the brink. Is that a successful weekend if they're able to do that? Does it come down to getting out of this weekend?
Yeah.
Not going 2-Q? I mean, I wonder, obviously the answer is winning, right? Winning. But what are people okay with from this weekend?
Well, usually in many cases, your season is defined by what you do in the postseason, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the nice thing about sports like basketball and baseball is there's layers to it. It's about, did you win the title? Did you get to a Final Four? Or in baseball, did you get to a College World Series? Did you get to a Super Regional? So there are like different layers. And the dichotomy of this season.
Yes.
The idea of, they took midweeks off.
Yeah. They didn't care about midweek games.
But the same team that allegedly took midweeks off also had the toughness to win 5 games in 5 days.
Yeah.
And
helps that they weren't midweek
so how
games.
much do the results of this weekend bring definition to what this season really is? Because here's another thing. To me, the more relevant common thread wasn't, the game was on Tuesday, so they lost. The game was on Wednesday, so they lost. No, those were all non-conference games. And the other dichotomy of the season is Nebraska had a good non-conference going until April started.
Yeah.
When they started losing all these midweek games. But they're playing all non-conference teams and better non-conference teams this weekend. I think this weekend does have an opportunity for Nebraska to erase some of those vibes, not only because it's a NCAA tournament chance to advance, but also to prove that, Nebraska just wasn't beating up on Big Ten teams, that they could actually play teams outside the league.
And doesn't that help
and play at their best?
Doesn't that maybe help explain the reaction to, or the votes rather, not going to win the league tournament because people maybe view this as lesser? It's like do something outside of it?
Possibly.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point.
Well, coming up next,
happy hour.
It is the happy hour.
It's on the air.
Are you ready for corporate sponsorships to come to a stadium or a college football uniform near you?
Yeah, there was a bit of a tease earlier in Nick Grimm's very funny open.
Thank you.
About this.
It's a shame we don't have the draft anymore because this could be a fun draft.
Yeah.
What sponsors?
Oh, that would be a fun draft, Nick. But yeah,
Also,
John killed the draft.
Also, we've got to tell you about the big news of the day, and that is probably the easiest judicial decision of the day.
Wow.
The easiest. I mean, a no-brainer, a slam dunk.
Look, we have to talk about it, so we will.
And we've got video, too.
We can't tiptoe around it forever.
Wow.
Video with audio.
Not a whole lot of people have that.
Audio.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, significant delays as you make your way across the metro this evening. We've got delays on eastbound I-80 starting at about 370, going all the way to 72nd. Delays on westbound I-80 start at 24th Street, going all the way to at least Q Street. If you're south on 680, delays start at Dodge, going all the way to I-80. If you're north on 680, delays start at Dodge, going all the way to Blair High Road. And then significant delays on Dodge for both directions, seemingly from 120th to about 40th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, mentality, lowtusa.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
Throw.
from your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
It is raining to beat the band
Oh,
here
man.
at Midtown
Don't
Omaha.
beat the band. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to walk banks tonight.
Well, and it's very slow moving. So even though there's not a lot of it out there, in terms of like, it's not like the whole state's in one big massive blob of yellow and green and
It's all
purple.
yellow.
But it's moving very, very slowly across the old metro. So take a little extra time. Be careful out there.
Watch out for sinkholes.
Watch
Oh,
out
yeah,
for
always,
sinkholes.
always watch out for sinkholes.
That's a new worry we have in the city now.
Always watch out for sinkholes. If you missed it, the TV schedule came out earlier today for some games, not all of them. But probably the most noteworthy was that the Black Friday game against Iowa will be a primetime kickoff on NBC at 6:30. But we also found out that the UTEP game is at 2:30 on Fox. That's the season opener. We also found out the Northern Iowa game will be at 6:30 on BTN.
Go Panthers.
And then there's a lot of other games that either are to be determined or have a multiple of different kickoff times that it could be. And we've posted a very convenient little graphic for you on our
That's
JTech
awesome.
Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 so that you can follow along. Josh, of course, is excited for November 16th when he will be hosting Big Red Overreaction on November 17th because that game could kick off at 10 o'clock Central Time.
No. Nick is excited because he gets to host his first ever edition of Big Red Overreaction.
We're going to get weird.
We're going to get weird, says Nick Grimm.
That's a possibility. That now I still think it's less than 10% it would kick off that late. Because with those two big name brands,
I just don't imagine them wanting to put that at that.
I can't
late of a
imagine
time.
that CBS would pass up on that
Seriously.
one. Or NBC would pass up on that one. Or
Exactly.
Fox would pass up on that one.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Because for that late a kickoff, it'll probably end up on a FS1.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
You would think.
Yeah, I mean, Fox does sometimes put games on that late on Big Fox, but yeah, I'm with you. I'm not going to say put it on the list, get the eggs, but I will agree. I think it will be a 2:30 game on CBS.
So if you want to check it out again, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. But
oh, wow. Nebraska Disc Golf Company says, I'll help you host, Nick.
Oh, we can give chain tickling updates while we
Nice.
give the breakdown.
Perfect.
But the big story comes from the courts today.
The verdict is in.
We have to talk about it.
The verdict is in, was reached rather quickly.
It was.
It did go really fast.
Very fast. But what you are about to hear, or for those of you watching in on the video stream at 1620 The Zone TV, is a video hearing of a gentleman who has a suspended license. His attorney is in the courtroom with the judge. He's
joining on Zoom.
He's joining on Zoom.
Classic. It's like a COVID court all over again. Remember COVID court?
Right. He's
Unprecedented times.
He's joining on Zoom. Keep in mind that he is on a suspended driver's license.
Okay. Some good context, I think.
For the folks who aren't able to see the video, you'll hear
some noises.
You will. But the judge is in one camera, the attorney in the courtroom's in the other camera, and then And then the
pretty much right away the
individual involved.
Yes.
He shows up on the screen.
Yeah.
He shows up on the screen. Hilarity ensues when the judge realizes where this person is joining his Zoom call from.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Wait. You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
So, not to pick on you as a host, John, I'm so bummed that you spoiled that he was there on, because I didn't know going in. So I clicked play on this, and I'm like, okay, where's this going? Where's this going? And so when the judge says, so wait, this is about a suspended license, I was in my kitchen, and I laughed so hard in that moment in time.
Well, I needed to explain for the listeners in the car because
so funny.
But
funny.
the best part is he's like, okay, hang on, I'm going to get
I
parked.
love the, and I'm there. Like you've done that, right? We've always done that. I'm almost there, and I just pulled in.
Right. And he's totally oblivious to what he's up to. And then it's funny
when it dawns on him.
When the judge says he's got a suspended license and you see the dude's face just
oh no.
Now the mouth hangs open. It's just like, oh no. And then when he said, nope, we're revoking the bond, he's got to turn himself into jail.
I mean, easy decision for the judge, I guess.
Ryan says you can see when his soul leaves his body when he realizes he effed up. I imagine he drove to turn himself in. That guy, can you imagine? So I don't know do we know what he got in trouble for originally?
I don't.
Because like this guy has to be catching so much crap from his friends. So much crap. If this happened to one of my friends, you hope that what he did is like so small. It's not a huge deal, but
kudos to the
an idiot.
To the person who found this video and shared it with the world, because it is amazing.
Wow. Incredible.
Absolutely amazing.
Also, I got some flashbacks at the very beginning where it was just kind of that awkward silence in the Zoom call while you're waiting one of the people to finish up what they're doing.
Yeah.
I just got flashbacks.
Yeah.
It was a weird time.
So funny.
Well, as we continue to await the fallout, well, actually, we await to find out what the details actually will be of the unsettlement.
Yeah.
Unsettlement.
There is already conversation happening about how are we going to pay for all this? How are we going to pay for all those players? That's a lot of money. That's a new line item on we never had to pay the players before.
John speaking Southern, do Shakespeare.
I can't do Shakespeare. But NCAA officials are now pondering a change. Right now, you're not allowed to have sponsorships on a field, which is interesting because they do allow it in basketball.
Yeah, I never
FNBO court at CHI Health Center.
So wait, I guess let me ask this question as I open it up. Papa John's Stadium. Is there nothing on the field that says Papa John's Stadium?
I guess.
Because you figure,
But according to government structure,
yeah.
officials are considering legislative changes to permit schools to display corporate logos on their football fields. So you can name it Papa John's Stadium or
And I just looked at there is no logo.
But you can't put
there's
logos
no better
on the
ingredients,
field.
better
Yeah.
pizza.
You can't
Papa
put logos
John's
on the field.
Is Papa John the problematic one?
He doesn't own that anymore. He's gone.
fair.
Yeah, it's
It
Shack.
should be called Papa Shack.
Yeah, Papa Shack. But yes, so I didn't know that. I didn't realize that was a rule.
Right. But allowing not only that, but doing the, oh God, corporate sponsor patches on jerseys like we're now seeing in the major leagues, NBA.
You'd figure the NFL at some point in time soon.
But this is now being discussed.
And it's being discussed as a reason for having to pay players.
Yes.
Reading from
we've got to be able to do this. We've got to be allowed to do this because we got to pay the players.
Yeah, so this is reading from Ross Dellinger's story from Yahoo. It appears the corporate signage is chief among them, as well as renewed interest in playing a ninth conference game. This is the Florida AD, Scott Strickland. I believe the NCAA is going to allow us to put a sponsor logo on the field during the regular season. That's an obvious revenue stream that has not been there in the past. Pro sports are putting patches on jerseys. That doesn't seem like something that's crazy for us to consider these days. So they will use this as we had to do it.
We had to do it.
There was somebody who reached out to me recently and said, maybe it was on the show, I can't remember, how long until Memorial Stadium is sponsored? And it's not, it is Memorial Stadium. There are very few, in fact, college football venues that are sponsored. It is Rose Bowl Stadium. It is the Coliseum. It is the Big House is Michigan Stadium, right?
Really?
It is Ohio State Stadium. It is Memorial Stadium.
The ones that have a sponsorship are usually ones that are brand new, like Minnesota's.
Correct. TCF Bank Stadium.
Usually.
I think Baylor Stadium sponsored because they're one of the newer ones as well.
I think it's named after one of their donors.
Interesting.
I think.
Oscar says, doesn't Ohio State have Rocket Mortgage on the field? And then Jamie says Oregon State had Reserve on their field. And then Aaron says Rutgers had a corporate logo on their field.
Well, but maybe that's allowed when the stadium. I don't know. This is what the NCAA says. So I don't know what the technicalities are. But now we have the possibility at Memorial Stadium to literally create the Case IH Red Zone.
Oh, is that the sponsorship on the radio?
Yes, anytime the Huskers get in the red zone, Greg Sharp says they're in the Case IH Red Zone.
And can you tell me what's at the midfield right here?
That's the International Harvester logo. That's IH.
Why do they get to sponsor the whole field? Why does the N have to go away?
Well, because
I don't like that.
You're going to get a sponsorship. You got to get your money's worth.
I don't like that. We can remove that, I think.
Well, no, we don't want to do that because what if Runza decided to step in? Now we can have Runza Rex at the 50-yard line.
Why not a giant Runza?
Well, we could, but I think Runza
Runza
Rex deserves a little love.
Oh, they tried the breakfast Runza. People didn't like it.
People said it was
Why not Runza Rex?
Because that'd be
He's
weird.
a very cute, very, very normal, very nice blow-up mascot. And as we know, Nebraskans love their blow-ups.
What if Runza Rex was in Jurassic Park?
He probably would have gotten eaten, Nick, because he's not a dinosaur.
FNBO.
Wow. Okay, now you're just ruining the whole stadium.
I'm not. These are possibilities. First
Lincoln
National Bank of Omaha, they can do this. They sponsor everything. Imagine how much money. Imagine if they allowed the stadium field to be painted up like this, how much money Nebraska could pull in.
Hard to argue with
what
that.
if the city of Lincoln just sponsored it and then they could make it look all Mad Maxy or Crime Town?
Oh, I see what you're doing there. That was an okay joke, Nick.
That's
kind of a whiff.
Can't win them all.
But get ready for this one. Bigley says, put the Dannon yogurt deal in the South Stadium end zone.
Dannon.
Boom. That's how you can pay for it.
I think this is the best one, though. This is for Nick.
We haven't heard from this person in a couple hours.
And a lot of the folks from Western Nebraska. What if it was My Patriot Supply Field?
The peanut butter is hitting the fan right now. I'd be very curious to see what My Patriot Supply would think about this idea. Not any other news that's happening.
Not any other
Notice
news.
how your canned macaroni is at the
Yes, I
50-yard
do.
line.
I see that. Thank
Nick
you.
had that the other night.
Good. Loved canned macaroni.
Yeah, I mean, these
like
are all
this
great
football field.
possibilities. Great possibilities.
My bunker's under the stadium.
Jesse says, who cares what's the difference? What are bowl games?
Well, I mean,
Aaron says, Mutual of Omaha Stadium in Lincoln.
I say, doesn't Lincoln have their own banks?
Most banks now have been bought up by the other banks. I mean, FNBO, Pinnacle Bank. I mean, they're all, they're all like.
How do you feel about this news, John?
About this news?
Yeah. This news, not any other news from today. This news.
This news.
I mean,
The
now
biggest news of the
that
day.
the rat is out of the trap.
Whoa, Sean! I said this news.
Now that the
I thought the rat was about to go into the trap.
Now that the rat is out of the trap, I mean, anymore. I would not be surprised if within the next 5 years we have corporate logos on college sports.
Thankfully,
jerseys.
it won't take up the whole end zone. It won't be FNBO end zone.
Well, it could. I'm just saying it could be.
It'd be a tiny baby logo.
Imagine how much money you could get for that
at the 35-yard line. That's what it would be.
That'd be that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. Yeah.
You can't just leave money on the table, Josh.
Here's a question for you: If
How long before
Nebraska
they put
could
patches?
fix the entire South Stadium because they allowed a corporate sponsor to be painted in the end zone, would you do it?
Would I do it? Sure. Do it. Why not, Dannon? Come on, Mr. Yogurt.
Why don't we
put some
sponsor it?
yogurt in the end zone?
Why don't we sponsor it?
The zone?
Our faces.
Don't think I have that kind of cash.
I
Nick.
don't
John,
have it.
Josh, and Nick.
If I had that kind of cash, that's not where I would be spending it. I don't need my face at the 50-yard line of anything.
Joel says the Huskers enter the Case IH red zone, approaching the FNBO end zone on the Runza half of the field. This first down is brought to you by Pepsi.
Oh no, it's turning into NASCAR.
It's like my idea for the
It actually
streets in
is.
Omaha.
It actually is.
Would the national announcers have to do that?
Not the national announcers.
Man,
No.
I do feel like that would it would pay for itself fairly quickly.
No, I mean, you don't hear the national announcers talking about the corporate sponsorships in the NBA.
No, but they do say like, "Welcome to
Well, sure, but they're
Pepsi
not.
Arena. Welcome to Ball Arena,
Pepsi Arena,
But they're
Target
not-
Center."
They're not
RIP.
obliged to talk about red zone sponsorships and end zone sponsorships.
but they aren't any just yet.
What if there's
But they don't-
national sponsors to these? So
If
there's
they-
a
it's not
different
like
tier.
If the 20-yard line is the McDonald's 20-yard line, they probably have to at some point, right?
No, not the national announcers. They're not under any obligation to call it that.
Unless the national they do a national sponsorship. So wherever, like, say, game day goes, it's always the game day 20-yard line sponsored by McDonald's.
Yeah, what if this, John? What if like McDonald's bought the red zones for all the Big Ten teams?
Oh.
So then on the broadcast, they would have to say it. He's into the McDonald's red zone.
That would have to be
Maserati Mars.
That would have to be written into the television contracts, to which I don't think the networks would probably.
Oh,
do
but
that.
think about all the fun segues.
There you go.
He's into the McDonald's end
because
zone.
they're
You
getting
can
all
score.
the visuals. They're getting all the visuals of all the logos.
Have
on
it
the
your
field.
way at
That's
BK.
the value.
Dave says 1620 the end zone. Do it.
Oh,
There
see?
you- we do love naming things after 1620.
Surely that's in the budget.
Sean says your face is in the end zone. How great for Fedoni to score a touchdown, then spike the ball on Josh's face. Yeah,
That
he
would
could
be a
tell me
15-yard penalty.
He could tell me to shush. No, college players are allowed to spike the ball now. He could tell me to shush. That'd be great.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Wow, I think this will be. This is capitalism. You love capitalism.
I do.
This is the finest form of
I
capitalism
like
yet.
the free market deciding.
There you go.
Dannon.
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, I think there will be corporate sponsorships on college jerseys in the next 5 years. Maybe even sooner.
Do you think it'll hit college or the NFL first?
College.
For the sponsorships on the
Mhm.
jerseys?
Yeah.
Interesting. I would actually go
Because
the other way.
there is a urgent need for the money.
Urgent.
There's an urgent
my
need
ass.
for the money.
Yeah.
I guarantee it'll happen.
Yeah, but the NFL loves money.
Yeah, I know they love money, but they've got plenty of it right now.
Oh, but they like
That it'll
more.
become
Hey,
it'll
let's-
happen in the NFL one day.
Okay.
I'm just saying it'll happen in college faster because there's urgency. There's urgency. You know what?
What?
Maybe we could get the Jet Awards to sponsor the end zones.
Oh, interesting.
And Johnny could have his face painted on the field. And the person who would probably negotiate that is Michael Severe.
Michael!
Hello, I would negotiate that, and we would have the trophy and not Johnny's face. I don't want anybody spiking on Johnny's face. That doesn't sound good at all.
Fair.
It's a bad idea.
Okay, fine. Put the trophy there. But either way, we could have Johnny the Jet end zones. He was very familiar with the end zone.
Do you watch preseason football at all?
Mm-hmm.
NFL preseason. So all of the end zones and red zones are all sponsored. And forever, the New Orleans Saints were sponsored by the Slap Your Mama sauce or Slap Your Mama seasoning. That's what was sponsored. So the end zone was just Slap Your Mama end zone. And eventually, they had to stop it because people complained about the Slap Your Mama seasoning end zone thing that they did for the Saints preseason games.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and now it's a waste company. So now it's this company that picks up trash. And that's what the Saints are essentially right now. Because that's their end zone call now.
That is hilarious. I mean, yeah, the local broadcast would certainly do it because they're in-house.
Yeah.
But again, if it's on the field, like...
Yeah, but Joe Buck is not going to say...
They're at the McDonald's 20-yard line?
He's not going to say he's in there for a touchdown in the Slap Your Mama end zone. Joe Buck's not going to do that.
Maybe he
John, do you remember that Sports Illustrated? It came out about 88 or 87, maybe 89, and it talked about the future of sports in terms of sports TV. And they predicted almost everything that came out, classic sports, being able to get different camera angles, alternate broadcasts. But one of the things they said in there was sponsorships for each of the midline, for the 50-yard line, and then each of the yard lines. And they were like Josh just said, they were like, that's the McDonald's 20 or the whatever. And they talked about that in that particular article. And that's the one thing out of all the things they had in that article, the future of TV, sports, and football, was that. Everything else has come true.
That is
for the most part.
crazy.
It's
That
like
is
a three-pointer being sponsored. Like, man, that'd be quite a mouthful if a three-pointer was sponsored.
Especially if it's a 5-bank 3-point shot or whatever.
I listen, I'm not
If there's a number and then there's another number.
There's another number. That makes it a little bit difficult, I think, to be able to get that out.
Yeah.
If you're a professional broadcaster who at times calls out referees while he's doing the game, you can make it happen.
And maybe an award winner in a few hours.
Maybe
an award winner in a few hours.
I'm cheering for. If I had to make a prediction, I'm heading there right now. If I had to make a prediction, out of all the people who are up for the Steve Pivovar Media Person of the Year award through the Omaha Sports Commission, I think it's going to be Terry Leahy because of longevity.
Oh, really? I think it's going to be Sauter.
See, I thought Sauter but remember this: it's like a third vote of the people, and then like a third vote of us, the people on the committee, and then a third vote of, I think, the Hall of Famers or.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it was all popular vote. Okay.
No, it's not all
Electoral
popular
College,
vote.
John.
Yeah, exactly. Not quite that. But definitely it's broken up. So it's not just going to be a fan vote. Like back when I did the bracket for the media and you had guys from Davenport, Iowa winning because the West Coast bots would come in. We don't have that happening.
Oh, I loved your media bracket. That was awesome.
Yes, we know you did. Other people were not so happy.
Because you weren't involved in it. That's why. Yeah, people still don't talk to me today because of that thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It was not a good moment in the old life of Severe at the beginning of TBL.
Yeah. Been there, done that. All right. Well, we'll see you here in about an hour or so if it stops raining.
Are you going?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Awesome. I can't wait to see you. That's going to be fun. We'll get some appetizers.
All right. We'll get some appetizers. That's
All
Michael
right.
Severe,
See
ladies and
Bye,
gentlemen.
Michael.
Michael Severe.
Good to hear from him.
Yeah. And congrats to all the nominees. Sports person of the year.
But screw you all if you're not
Coach of the
John
year, team
Bishop.
of the year.
John's gonna win.
We like John.
Hell yeah,
yes,
John.
we do.
I'd be fine with any of the other nominees. I'd be fine with any of the other nominees.
I wouldn't.
I believe.
I might say stop the steal if such a thing were to happen with that.
Yeah.
I wonder if whoever wins is going to be like unanimous. Like, I don't know. How many did they do? 34 total votes for this?
Yeah, that'd be interesting to know. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're being very magnanimous about this.
That's a good word.
Thank you. It's a $10 word, I think.
There's nothing to be magnanimous about.
Mm.
It is what it is.
It indeed is what it is.
Sometimes it be that way.
Ryan says we riot if John doesn't win. Yeah, Nick's got his horns to put on.
Stand up and stand by.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I'll put my feet on someone's desk.
Yeah, there's desks there, surely,
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that.
All right, cool. Cool.
How are the walk-ons going to save college football?
Let's find out.
Walking.
Or are they?
Oh.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Between the NHL, NBA, and MLB, there are so many great winning opportunities available to you with the Circus Sports Iowa app. That's just tonight. Whether you like the tight money line split of the T-Wolves at -105 or many of the fun props for tonight's D-backs Mets game, or even the live in-game wagering for the Panthers Rangers, Circus Sports Iowa is the only app you need to stay in the action and win. They won't limit your account when you win a lot either, by the way. Some of the other guys like to do that. Also happening right now, Circus Sports has a couple of contests, Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor, with total million winnings of $16 million, no rake. Details for that is on the website at circusports.com. Download Circus Sports Iowa today and never look back. Also, their customer support is just the best. Real life people, no bots. Try it out right now. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
I received a text that I had to look into during the break. Did you hear about the pandas coming back to America? China made America give all the zoo pandas back. Now China's giving some back, and we're just accepting them. Like China doesn't have cameras that are bugged. The pandas are bugged. Do you think the pandas that China is giving us back are bugged? Do you think they're listening to us with the pandas?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy Thursday afternoon with a high today of 78 and southeasterly wind gusts possible up to 25 miles an hour. Spotty to scattered showers and thunderstorms here this afternoon and tonight, a few of which may contain large hail, strong wind gusts, and isolated flash flooding also possible. A low tonight of 60. Scattered thunder showers for your Friday, a high tomorrow of 73. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash blocking the left shoulder on northbound 680 at Maple. It's causing delays back to Dodge. If you're south on 680, delays start at Dodge going all the way to I-80. Traffic on eastbound I-80 slows down around 370 with delays all the way to about 60th. If you're west on I-80, delays start at about 24th Street going all the way to Q Street. We've got delays on Industrial Road for both directions, on Highway 370 for both directions, on Dodge for both directions. Bring your patience for the drive home. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
I have never seen this before. Hi, John with Saul's Jewelry and Loan. The price of gold is the highest it's ever been. Now is the time to get the best price on your broken jewelry, chains, and diamond jewelry. Saul's has been around a while, and trust us, now's the time. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing. Or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They are a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistants, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
For the second year, the Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion has roared into our state, and the excitement is throttling up. Until June 24th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play and Double Play. Enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 Nebraska winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship weekend, plus a shot at $1 million. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I don't need a vibe, I need bacon.
Vibe won't fill my stomach. It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Well, thankfully, there's an NBA game on tonight. Otherwise, I would invite you to watch our movie club selection this week.
Oh, I gotta watch that still.
You get to watch it still.
Oh, boy.
Interesting.
Swiss Army Man.
I'm watching it tonight. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
You love picking bad movies.
The review. I looked
I'm
at the
sure
reviews.
you will probably like it.
I promise I looked at the reviews before I picked
will?
this.
I don't know. I don't know about you.
Oh,
Nick will
Nick
probably
will?
like it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely in the same vein though as Tusk.
Guy
Just
turns
very-
a person into
just-
another animal.
Just very bizarre.
Okay.
Very bizarre. I mean, there are elements that are funny, but the same fart joke 50 times.
That's a lot of fart jokes.
Not good. Anyway,
so we'll do that, but we'll also break down game 5 tomorrow. Well, I will, because you'll be busy getting an award.
I'm Award John.
could walk-ons save us? Save us.
Do we still have that walk-on drop, Nick?
What's the walk-on drop?
Okay, that answers that.
From the Super League.
Walk on.
The SEC coaches who have been meeting this week have been very vocal in their opposition to the idea of roster limits. The idea is that with the unsettlement, that scholarship limits would be
Unsettlement.
taken away, but replaced by roster limits. And the number that's been thrown out is 85. So you can't have any more than 85 players on a college football team. I mean, they can all be on scholarship, but no more walk-ons. University of Florida president, and still your University of Florida president, Ben Sass.
Like I said earlier, he follows me on Twitter. He loves my takes.
Said, quote, "Killing Rudy solves nothing. Don't rob athletes of joy and don't rob fans of drama."
Wow.
I guess Washington never left him, huh?
Nice, Nick.
But that has been the hue and the cry that if we get rid of the walk-ons, well, that's a step too far. The NCAA scholarship limit is expected to be eliminated as part of the settlement, but then it would be replaced by some kind of a limit on roster size. And one of the reasons why, and it's not just schools like Nebraska who have had a legacy with the walk-on program, but the idea that, anytime you're taking away players, you're taking away depth. Unlike the NFL, you can't sign free agents. Though, would you be surprised if that came to college football pretty soon?
Free agency?
No, I mean, the ability to just pull somebody in and say, hey, you're on the waiver wire. Why don't you come on over and play for us?
That'd be interesting.
It would. I mean, there'd be a few bridges to cross to get there, but
yes,
nothing would shock me anymore.
No.
Sam Pittman, the coach at Arkansas, making his plea for the walk-on tradition, saying it means to each and every state that they have kids in their state be able to play. In the case for our Hogs, it means a lot to us. That's why we're doing the very best to make sure we can have enough in-state players on our team to represent the Hogs. Because the argument's going to be that, well, we're
going to take opportunities away.
Right.
Because, I mean, you will. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a good argument, but, the numbers say that you will lose out.
Well, what you will do is you will push people down the line.
Correct. But if you are player, let's say it's 95. If you're player 96 and you are someone who grew up in Nebraska rooting for Nebraska and that's your dream, you will be unable to do that
Mhm.
if you're player number 96, let alone if you're player 134
Mhm.
or worse.
But
you're right. It will push it. So
but if there's limitations, then theoretically that would open up opportunities at other schools.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, pushing everyone down, the talent will get dispersed in a different way.
Mhm.
Now, in the end, with the portal, if you have success, you're basically allowed to leave and go up anyway. But I think it would do an odd bit of leveling out the talent to an insane degree. Probably not, because we are talking about end of the roster players, but still, like, really good players do emerge from as walk-ons or from being that low on the depth chart. Like, we've seen many a time where a player climbs from really low to really high up on the depth chart.
Yeah.
I don't know how many, again, players 96 to, let's say, 130 on average. That's, 35 players. How many of those guys are able to climb up? I don't know.
This was interesting, though. Dennis Dodd was reporting on what Greg Sankey had to say about the roster size issue. He thinks that it could be a conference-by-conference decision.
Not an NCAA decision, yeah.
So that one league would say, no, we're going to have a 95-man limit. Another might say we're going to have a 90-man limit or an 85-man limit. And guess which leagues would probably opt for the higher limits? The ones that can afford it. Because remember, there's no scholarship limit. There would be no scholarship limitations. So if you had 115 guys on a roster, you would scholarship 115 guys.
Mm-hmm.
You could. Doesn't mean you will.
Yeah,
but
so
you
the question
could.
is Nebraska in a conference that would want a high amount of players on the roster or not? And I think they are, right? I think the Big Ten would want to do that. If they're okay, so we talked about the SEC yesterday or 2 days ago, right?
Mhm.
There was a story that came out from ESPN.com. SEC coaches, they don't want the walk-ons. I mean, we just heard from the president of an SEC school in Florida. They don't want that to go away. I have to imagine, given the unified front, that the SEC, if they were given the choice, would have the largest roster possible, whatever that would be. I have to imagine the Big Ten would want to answer them in due kind, because I think that their coaches would say the same things.
Mm-hmm.
And look, John, it might just be a tit for tat situation. It might be, well, if they're doing it, we need to do it too. Not even a true belief of like, this is going to be the difference. But no, if the SEC is doing it, we need to be able to do it as well. We need to show that we are willing to put all of our efforts into being great at football.
But this would be another way for the haves to pull further away from the have-nots, right?
Sure.
If the SEC sets theirs at 105 and the Big 12 says, well, we can't do that.
Yeah, we can do 95, but we can't do 105.
I mean, that's another advantage.
John, it's like the
for those
FCS, right?
schools.
So right now it's 85, and then the FCS is 65.
Mhm.
And they are different levels of football for a variety of reasons. But I mean, the depth of a power school is going to be much greater than the depth of an FCS school.
Right.
You can say the exact same thing about this. The
Right.
depth of the Big 10 or SEC is going to be better than the Big 12,
Yep.
which will be bigger than a Group of 5 school, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so I don't know. Again, a lot of this stuff has yet to be fleshed out. The only thing the unsettlement has done is agree. They have an agreement to agree, but the actual details are still to come, because a judge could decide, no, I think you should have only 34 players on a roster.
Well, that would be bad for football.
I mean,
A lot of injuries.
They only need 11. You only need 11 on the field at a time.
That's true.
So you'd have room for 3 teams.
Hard to argue with that.
Well, coming up, content.
What do we have in content today? There's a lot of topics that we haven't had a chance to get to today, John.
And one really big one.
Lot of topics.
Yes, a really big one, including why a Mets pitcher threw a glove into the stands.
Oh, that's a huge topic.
And
topic alert.
Nick's going to be very happy with one of our topics.
Oh, interesting.
Huh.
Can't wait to see what this is.
1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Nothing says summer better than corn, carnivals, and baseball. Come enjoy carnival games, food and drink specials, and watch the Storm Chasers play in their fan favorite Corn Chasers jerseys at our Wednesday night carnivals, presented by Nebraska Spine Hospital. You can also bring your canine friends to these games as part of our Park in the Park series. Visit OmahaStormChasers.com for more info.
Omaha Storm
Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
The Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont is just minutes away from Omaha at Woodcliff Lake, your perfect dinner destination. Don't mistake the small town charm for small town food, because the Woodcliff Restaurant is a culinary treat. Voted Omaha's best outdoor patio, it's perfect for a romantic dinner or to bring the whole family to enjoy watching the fish and boats from the lakefront patio. Stop fighting traffic, parking, and one-way streets. Slow down and enjoy a fantastic dinner at the lake. Check them out at woodcliffrestaurant.com or Facebook for specials and events.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details. Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever's on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick, you are guilty, and I sentence you to reading the following content questions.
Firm but fair. Florida's AD knows their upcoming schedule is very difficult, but he has some thoughts on it. This season is not about our schedule, it's about the Gators. And if the Gators are being the Gators, we're going to be all right. Any idea what this means?
Sure.
What does it mean?
It means if they go out on the field like Gators and Gators do what Gators do, they'll be fine. Though the problem with Gators is they have very short arms, and all the other team has to do is run in a zigzag pattern, and they won't be able to catch them.
They're like the Tyrannosaurus Rex of modern animals.
You know how gators swim, by the way?
How?
Like, so their head pokes up above water, but like the rest of their bodies are just at a night. It's like they're sitting in the water. They look like goobers.
Wait, really?
Yeah, look it up. Gators swimming. It's hilarious.
Dude, they're going to stink this year. They're going to stink very loudly this year. They have Miami in the non-con. They obviously have Florida State in the non-con. Shout out to them. They're playing 10 power games this year.
Good for them.
They have A&M on the sketch. They have UCF on the schedule. They're playing 11 power schools this year. Shout out Gators.
Good for them.
Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss. They're going to be stinky. They're going to be firing their coach and looking for a new coach this year. That's my take. They're not going to be all right.
They're not going to be all right.
No.
Paul Skeens has thrown 30 strikeouts and 5 walks in his first 4 career outings.
Whoa!
He's the 6th pitcher since 1901 to reach those marks, joining the likes of Mashiro Tanaka, Steven Strasburg, and Felix Hernandez. John, are you concerned you'll have to face this guy for a long time?
Great question, Nick.
I've never faced him once.
Your team will, though.
I've never faced him.
Oh, why do you do this? You say we, but now you're not allowed to say we.
You'll have. I mean, if
You're
you
being a real fart right now,
If
John.
you would have said your team instead of you'll.
Wow. You're going to be critical of Nick on this day of all days.
Sad.
With the peanut butter hitting the fan.
I'm
John,
sad
there's
about
so
the
much peanut butter. It's everywhere.
It is. The peanut butter is everywhere.
I think Skeens is going to be great. Maybe the best player of his generation.
I don't know. I won't go that.
Maybe the greatest pitcher of all time.
I'm still waiting to see what happens when everyone catches, because everyone catches up to you eventually.
And then how does the GOAT?
And then how does he's not going to be the GOAT?
What if? Who's the best pitcher you've ever seen? Roger Clemens? Nolan Ryan? Steven Strasburg?
That's a loaded question.
Anthony Pettit?
Best pitcher.
Andy Pettit. El Duque?
Yeah.
Randy Johnson?
I'd have to think about that one.
Someone
for a
who's
long
dealing with a
time.
lot right now, Kurt Schilling.
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani.
Guy doesn't even pitch. He's not even the best Japanese pitcher in the game.
What about the lefty for the Cubs who couldn't throw to first base? Lester.
John Lester?
Yeah.
Good postseason pitcher.
Really good postseason pitcher.
That's a great question. I'd have to think about that
All right.
for a while.
Let's ask
Best
maybe-
pitcher I've ever
put a
seen.
pin and maybe
I mean,
we'll talk about that with Farron
in
on
terms
Monday or
of
Tuesday.
I mean, in terms of just like a 18-month stretch, it's freaking Jake Arrieta.
Oh man,
From
I forgot
15
about
into
that.
16,
He was awesome.
he was untouchable.
He was really good.
But yeah, in terms of like all time, man, that's a toughie.
Yeah, good question, asker. That's what they say.
The college baseball tournament begins tomorrow. Got any hot takes, predictions, or thoughts about what we're going to see?
Tennessee is going to win it all. I think we already put this on the list. I think Nebraska will win tomorrow, and they will make it into the weekend, but they will not make it out of this regional. Though, I mean, they are facing a team that often struggles in these moments. Elsewhere, we'll get, a 3 or a 4 will definitely make it to the College World Series. Something goofy will happen this year.
Yes, a 3 or a 4 will definitely make it to the College World Series. And it could be one of these 3 teams. Florida, Texas, Oregon. Tennessee will not win it all.
Not win it all?
The streak will continue.
Okay.
The streak will continue. I think they'll make the College World Series, but they won't win it. I don't have any other hot predictions right now.
2 hot predictions?
We didn't go to the hot take market.
Well,
it's not.
It's the hot take bodega.
But I don't have a prediction, but I have a guarantee. I guarantee you, if you watch Squeeze play this weekend, you will be entertained.
Can't wait to watch Squeeze play this weekend.
Squeeze. Mets reliever Jorge Lopez got mad. First, he gave up a tie-breaking home run to Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, GOAT!
Then he argued with a non-called check swing. Then he got tossed out of the game. Then he tossed his glove into the stands. Then he was asked about it.
Carlos Mendoza said that he understands the emotion, but that particular action of throwing your glove into the stands was unacceptable. Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst team in probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do.
Things seem on the up and up.
He called his team the worst in Major League Baseball.
Is that true? Are they the worst? I mean, they're not the White Sox.
They're not the White Sox.
They're also not the Rockies.
They're also not the Rockies.
They're not the A's, who had a good May, I think.
Oh, the A's, it's
May.
It also didn't take the
Capital
Mets
A.
long to put in the paperwork to designate him for assignment. Baseball vernacular, cut his ass.
See you later, Lopez.
Send him packing.
Yikes.
Sad. The former team doctor for Penn State football was awarded $5 million in damages in a civil suit after he was fired by Coach James Franklin. The judgment comes after Dr. Scott Lynch complained to school officials that Franklin was interfering with medical treatment and rushing players back into play against the doctor's advice.
Yeah.
Where does this judgment leave Franklin?
I mean, he finds himself in a precarious spot in terms of on the field, right? Because situations like this, I'm always just so skeptical, John, of administration wanting to move on if you are having success. And he is having success, but not like, is he having enough success? I think people will definitely go into this season expecting that he is on the hot seat. Whether that is true or not, I cannot speak to it, but it does make me wonder, is there like a limit that Penn State brass would be okay with him reaching over the course of the next few months and say, that's good enough for us versus that's not good enough for us, but also after the Northwestern situation last year.
Now, Penn State is also defending Franklin. They're defending themselves. They're going to appeal. So they're doing all the right things. But this will be one of those things where if the Penn State peanut butter hits the fan,
oh man,
that will probably be remembered by administration. Oh yeah, you were that coach that cost us an extra $5 million because you were interfering in what, and it would just be another thing to excuse pushing him out the door. Not going to be used against him now, but believe me, it'll be put in the quiver and pulled out when necessary later.
Nice. The Columbus Blue Jackets will host an NHL game in the Horseshoe on March 1st of next year. It'll be the third Big Ten stadium to do so after Michigan Stadium and TCF Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. You'll definitely watch, eh?
Oh, it's always a cool visual when you see hockey games in a non-hockey facility like Wrigley Field, Fenway Park.
On March 1st?
Yeah, it is kind of interesting.
You'll be
It's going to happen.
knee-deep in hoops by then.
I'm not saying I'll watch, but...
Oh, then, yeah, to answer next question, hell no.
The pictures will be interesting.
Yes.
I wonder if they'll fill the stadium.
I'll definitely look at the pictures. I like pictures of stadiums that are outdoors. I liked the one in Michigan when the Red Wings played, and it snowed.
I mean, most stadiums are outdoors. I believe they're all outdoors.
What?
You said, I like looking at pictures of stadiums outdoors.
Hockey
All
stadiums outdoors, John.
You said stadium.
I mean, I do like pictures of stadiums. We have a couple in our studio here.
And they're both outdoors.
They are, yeah. Outdoors. I guess we're all outdoors, technically. This building is outdoors.
If we're all outdoors, no one's outdoors.
Wow.
Good point.
Jalen Waddle is back with my Dolphins, folks. He signed a 3-year contract with Miami today for $76 million guaranteed. Can we pencil my team into the Super Bowl?
Absolutely not, Nick. We can pencil them into being a fine regression candidate, though, for the 2024 NFL season. What?
You still salty about Christmas Eve?
No, I'm not salty about Christmas Eve. I had a great time on Christmas Eve, celebrating Christmas with my family.
I did too, and it was made brighter by the fact that the Dolphins won.
Waxing that cowboy ass, as John would
There
say.
was no waxing. It was a close game. It came down to the very end of the game, in fact.
You're right. The Cowboys, Scott Frost.
Oh, come on now.
Handshake meme.
Aaron Schatz put out a stat. We had him on the show yesterday.
Nice.
These are the top, what are considered wide receiver 2. Because, obviously, Tyreek Hill is wide receiver 1 in the Miami offense.
Yeah.
Waddle identified as the number 2. He had the most targets, what he calls route DVOA. How often you draw targets. 59%. Next up, my man, Pook, 55%. And then you have to drop all the way down to 42%. So the top 2 targeted number 2 guys.
Yeah.
And some of it for Nakua was he didn't have his running mate out there with him the whole season.
Need a boo-boo.
But yeah, Jalen Waddle, 58% of the targets.
My favorite part about Jalen Waddle is when he gets a touchdown.
Interesting. What a take.
Then he does the waddle.
Wow. Very cool.
It's hard
man.
to do sitting down.
Yeah, it definitely is. You looked like a alligator.
Oh,
Trying
no.
to swim underwater.
Skip ahead to the last one.
Do the Mavs clinch their spot in the NBA Finals tonight, or are we going to a Saturday and a Game 6?
I was wrong. I feel like I've been wrong like all the time in the NBA playoffs.
Minnesota wins.
I feel like everyone's predicting that, so I'm going to go with the Mavs.
I mean, they're going to be at home.
I know, but they
got
lost the first 2 games.
I
at
know,
home.
but they got some momentum now. They finally slain the dragon, or at least wounded him a little.
Mm-hmm.
I think Minnesota wins. I think we will get a Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, I really do agree with you, so I don't know why I'm picking. No, yeah. Yes, the Timberwolves. The Wolves.
Wow.
Oh! Woo!
You're really going to do that to him, huh?
I'm sorry.
What's for dinner?
Let's find out.
I literally don't know what's for dinner. I'm going to an event. I don't know what they're serving.
You're going to share appetizers with Michael, remember?
Your competitors.
Your
competitors. Eat them, John.
Oh, cannibalism Josh is
I am
back.
not good. Wow.
Hey, Sauter, do you have any salt? Are you salty?
You're mean.
Mean? I'm rooting for you, John.
Yeah, that's who we're
Go,
rooting for.
John. He stands with me. And everything I say.
Are you saying the only chance I have of winning is if I eat the competition?
I mean, it's hard to give it to someone who was just eating.
It's a lot of food.
You're hungry, aren't
Sorry,
you
I
hungry?
can't accept this award. My arms are on the plate over there.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
1620 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. Now that we got through the spring and we're in the summer, what's better for summer than ice cream? I always say, get yourself a bucket load. Now I know they don't sell it by the buckets at Ted and Wally's, but they do sell it by the pint. They do sell it by the half gallon. All you got to do is call ahead to get yours reserved today. And so many flavors. Go on social media, whether it's Facebook or on Twitter, and they have a list of the day's ice creams for both locations. That's in the old market, of course, and in Benson. Swing by there, get yourself some great ice cream this summer, and tell them Severe sent you.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Forget the drive to Colorado or Missouri. Step into any Omaha 42 Degrees and indulge in a curated cannabis experience. Premium flower, cannabis, pre-rolls, and cannabis accessories paired with an elevated customer service experience. All are waiting for you at 42 Degrees. From novices to connoisseurs, we're here to elevate your cannabis journey. 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. By your mom's house.
Nick, the NBA playoffs are underway, and our good friends at FanDuel, they're going to give all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. All you have to do is just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you're going to get bonus bets back if you don't win.
That is absolutely 100% accurate. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists, three-pointers, whatever you can squeeze in there. So much more. Visit FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. Again, that's FanDuel.com/zone. And shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. It expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
We don't need to smell each other.
Of 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down,
we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night we just had some stuffed chicken breasts and some rice-a-roni and some what were those? The vegetable
asparagus,
artichoke hearts.
Oh, sounds good. That sounds really good.
Yeah, it was fine. It was good.
I think I'm having some like pasta salad that has some chicken breast in it tonight. She made it for lunch for her, and I was like, you know what? That sounds good. I don't really want to cook tonight, so I'm gonna have that for dinner.
Burritos.
Oh, I love burritos.
Yeah,
John, burritos after a run, incredible. Hit the spot every time.
I just love
burritos without a run, even better.
No, actually worse, I would say.
Yeah, it's cool because you don't actually have to run to get a burrito. You can just get a burrito.
You just get the burrito.
But Nick, imagine being hungry, really hungry.
I am really hungry.
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't have to run to get hungry.
I had boy lunch today. I'm starving.
Nick, did you know that your Taco Bell folks have added Cheez-Its to their menu?
I've heard.
What?
The big Cheez-It tostada and the big Cheez-It crunch wrap supreme.
Well, let's call it the crump wrap.
I'll still eat it. I'll eat that.
But basically, it's a giant Cheez-It cracker serving as a tostada shell. You know what a tostada is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The flat taco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They just replaced the regular shell with a giant Cheez-It.
Never heard somebody call a tostada a flat taco.
I mean, that's what it is.
Fair.
Literally, if you were able to fold the tostada, it would be the taco, which goes back to my argument again that Mexican food is the same.
This is
6
problematic.
ingredients.
John,
This is not problematic. It's true.
It's
the
white people
same.
Mexican food.
Uh-oh, this is going to trigger John.
It's just it's the Mexican food that is identified in this country as Mexican food.
White people Mexican food. That's what
So
it's called.
What are you guys arguing about? I don't even know what anyone's arguing about anymore.
John's it's all the same 4 ingredients.
5 ingredients.
Well, 6.
6 ingredients. What about fajitas? Those are different ingredients.
Love fajitas.
All I'm saying.
Okay.
But are you going to try your Cheez-Its crunch wrap and your
hell
Cheez-It
yeah.
tostada?
I'm going to do the crunch wrap. just
Nick
'cause I
won't
like
buy an antenna, but he'll buy that.
Yeah.
He could watch all of the football games.
It was the Doritos Locos taco that changed my opinion on Dorito.
One of the best things ever
Now,
invented.
Doritos still smells like feet,
No?
but
John's
the
been saying this
Doritos
for
Locos
years.
taco is good.
Why do your feet smell like Doritos?
Just open up a bag of Doritos next time and just smell it.
I do. It
And
smells
then
delicious.
smell your feet and
Interesting.
Well, maybe you're the cannibal eating your feet.
Bye.